Good morning. I'm waiting for Henry to finish his conversation. I don't know what you're focusing about. No, focusing can be illegal sometimes. So you're welcome once again to this meeting. We will start on time. We will start on time, meaning 9 o'clock, because we were late a little bit, so we're supposed to have started at 8, but we apologize for that very, very long delay. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation and for expressing interest to actually participate in this conversation. We received an overwhelming number of people who wanted to come. In fact, we received 256 expressions of interest. This meeting was originally supposed to be for only 50 participants, including 30 civil society organizations and representatives of government agencies. But then when we put out a call, about 256 people expressed interest. So what we did, we just selected a few to come and participate with us physically, and then we requested the rest of the participants to participate online. So I know we have colleagues who are joining us online and would like to take note of their presence. The background of this meeting, as you know, as the NGO Forum, we are an interlocutor between civil society or NGOs and the government of Uganda. And over the past couple of months and maybe the past 1 year, we've been receiving complaints from some of our colleagues indicating challenges with registering the beneficial ownership. And I think this was following a call that URSB had put out there. So we started conversations with URSB, the National Bureau for NGOs, to actually see if we can have this particular dialogue. And we are pleased to really have the Uganda Registration Services Bureau in the room, represented by Ms. Patricia Opoka, the manager, document registration and licensing. And other colleagues, I think, who are in the room. If you are around, just please stand up for recognition so that we can acknowledge your presence. Colleagues from URSB. Please clap properly. You don't clap faintly like that. And we were actually expecting the Registrar General, but as you know, today the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs is considering the NGO bill. Remember this rationalization that is going on. So I think Mr. Stephen Okello and Mercy are going to be appearing before the committee today, or maybe different committees, and that's why they couldn't make it this morning. This information came in last evening, but we are glad to have you, Patricia, representing leading the delegation from URSB. We also have the National Personal Data Protection Office, represented by its director, Ms. Stella Alibatese. I've been practicing pronouncing this name, but Ms. Stella Alibatese. I hope I pronounced it right. You're so much welcome. Please join me in welcoming her. And then, of course, we have the National Bureau for NGOs. If you have read the NGO Act, you know that the NGO Bureau is responsible for registration, monitoring, everything for NGOs. And so we are pleased to have a very big delegation from the NGO Bureau, led by the Acting Bureau Secretary, Ms. Martha Oudo. So I'd like to invite you to welcome Ms. Martha and then ask the rest of the NGO Bureau staff to stand up for recognition, and then we welcome you officially with a big clap. Martha and the team. No, Gemina, please stand. Stand for recognition. So the ladies that I am enjoying company with here in the front. Oh, and the senior, I think senior HR. Is it HR? Office. So if you have gone to the bureau, those people that receive your files, they are supervised by the lady right at the back. So if you have any issue, please at the break, take the number and find ways of dealing with that. So we really want to thank the Bureau for being present with us. We do expect the Financial Intelligence Authority to join us. We also expect NITA Uganda to also join us in this particular conversation. And of course, we have our colleagues from the NGO sector, so because of time, we shall not give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves, but we have both from the service delivery to the governance NGOs. We have NGOs that are located in Kampala and those that are located across the country. Maybe we should take note of those who have traveled kilometers to be here with us. So if you're from, and if your headquarters or your duty station is outside of Kampala, please just stand up for recognition so that we welcome you officially. Yes, all the way from the city of Soroti, the city of, is Lirai city? Yes, Lira and city of Kapchora. No, Kapchora not yet. You're so much welcome. And of course, we also have colleagues from West Nile. And we also need to really thank those who have taken time to join us from virtually online. So we will give you an opportunity at some point to also speak. The main objective of this meeting is to bring together leaders from NGOs and the National Bureau for NGOs and the Uganda Registration Services Bureau to discuss the current procedural difficulties, and we're using that word difficulties because most of us have found difficulties in detail, collaboratively explore practical solutions and improvements to the registration and update process for beneficial ownership, establish a clear and efficient pathway for future registration and compliance, thereby enhancing the operational
recording in
capabilities
progress
of NGOs in Uganda. So that's really why we are here, and this is going to be an interactive session. So at this particular point, I would like to invite the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, who is our host, to officially welcome us, and then I will come back to introduce the National Bureau for NGOs, who are going to have a substantive session talking about the NGO registration process. So over to you, Moses.
Thank you, Chris, and welcome to everybody. Good morning. For those who do not know me, my name is Moses Isoba, and I've got the singular honor of leading the team at the Uganda National NGO Forum. As Chris has mentioned briefly, at the Uganda National NGO Forum, our role is to ensure that we are, as a sector, compliant. We press a very high premium on compliance with the different government, administrative and legislative requirements. And of course, one of the administrative requirements and legislative requirement was that all NGOs need to be able to file the beneficial owners or ownership. Now, this, as a sector, there have been multiple challenges that the NGOs have experienced. And it's against that background that we felt that this meeting was vitally important to interface with the people from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau and the NGO Bureau. For those that have filed returns or have applied for a permit recently from the NGO Bureau, you know that there is a famous requirement number 16. So when you are renewing your permit, you will have everything from number 1 to number 15, and then there is number 16, which actually wants you to do the proof that you have actually filed in it appropriately with the Registration Services Bureau. And what we've actually had in the recent past, that while all of us have had everything from number 1 to number 15, number 16 has become a challenge. And so this is a conversation that we've had with the Bureau, and the Bureau took a meeting with the URSB, and URSB felt like we need to have a conversation to see how these challenges can be addressed so that the sector can be totally compliant. We as a sector, just to re-emphasize that we like to be compliant. We never have challenges with compliance. We think that even when sometimes we think that the law might be a bit constraining, we're totally persuaded that it's always good to be on the right side of what we may consider not an appropriate law, but we want to be on the right side of that. And with doing that, we felt it's important for us to meet as NGOs, to meet with the NGO Bureau, the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, so that we can actually be able to have this conversation. We also glad that the Finance Intelligence Authority, NITA, and the Data Protection Office also have spared their time to be in this place to have this conversation, because in our different times when we are trying to respond to these administrative requirements, all these are different points, regulators where we need to respond. And it's good that we know we can take an opportunity where we have all these different regulators in one room. So I would like to thank you, the CSOs that have taken the time to be with us. And the reason we had the overwhelming response to the invitation is because this is a challenge that has cut across. And towards the end of last year, I think to be precise in December, the challenge even grew worse when the URSB, I think, issued a directive to freeze bank accounts. And I think because of that, a number of NGOs were really, really grossly affected by this directive. And we feel that maybe after this meeting, we'll be able to see how best we can be able to respond to this. I'm glad that the NGO Bureau is in the room. The NGO Bureau is our regulator and our enabler. And therefore, once we have something that disables our operations, it's always important then to be able to put this to the NGO Bureau to support in responding to the challenge. So I want to thank in a special way the NGO Bureau, the URSB, the Data Protection Office, FIA will be also coming soon, and NITA for accepting to be with us in this meeting. And also special thanks to all of you for making the time in this meeting. We're going to have a half-day meeting, but we hope that we'll be able to use the time between now and when we break off, that by the time we leave, all the issues at stake would have been properly addressed. So once again, thank you very much, and wishing everybody a very, very fruitful deliberation during the course of this morning. Thank you.
So we're definitely going to have an agreement that when we are clapping, we clap properly. So I would like to request you to clap for my boss. Thank you, Moses. You've seen, so salary increment, we can start discussing. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to have the presentation and remarks from the National Bureau for NGOs. And they're really going to be reminding us and giving us an overview of the NGO registration process and requirements, things that you should be having. I always joke that in a room of 100 NGOs, usually half of them are not compliant in a way. So you have an expired permit and you're sitting comfortably there. You don't have, so anyway, so the NGO Bureau is going to be taking us through that so that you know. So please tick off if they tell you this is something you're supposed to have and you don't have it, or you have it, please tick off so that after this meeting you're able to contact some of the staff we have for help. So Martha, please, you're welcome. Remember, Anthony, we said we clap properly as people come.
Thank you so much, Chris. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, allow me, I know we are all seated here in different capacities, and allow me borrow the words of my elder brother, who whenever he's faced with such a situation and he doesn't know how to deal with a protocol, he will say, ladies and gentlemen, I fear you all. So this morning, I'll be borrowing those words. As earlier introduced, I'm called Martha Oundo, and I'm the acting secretary to the Bureau. I'm here to represent the executive director, who is not able to be with us. Until yesterday afternoon, he had actually confirmed attendance, but he was invited by the Parliamentary Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs. They are discussing the NGO Amendment Act today. So I bring in his apologies. I also wish to thank the NGO Forum that has organized this event, and also to thank our other partners like the Data Protection Office, the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, FIA, and all the rest that will be joining us later in the meeting. Now I'll be reading my remarks. It is with great pleasure and a sense of duty that I address you today on the topic of NGO registration process and requirements in Uganda. As we gather here, we recognize the pivotal role that non-government organizations play in driving positive change and development across our nation. Uganda boasts a rich tapestry of NGOs each dedicated to addressing various societal challenges and advancing the welfare of our people. However, to operate effectively and make a tangible impact, NGOs must navigate the regulatory landscape with clarity and diligence. The process of registering an NGO in Uganda is primarily guided by the NGO Act 2016 and NGO Regulations 2017. However, in addition to these laws, we have other laws that also have obligations that NGOs are required to comply with. For instance, the Data Protection Act, the Companies Act, the Anti-Money Laundering Act, and other NGOs depending on and other laws depending on the sector that the NGO is focusing on. These legislations provide the legal framework within which NGOs operate, ensuring that their activities are conducted in accordance with national laws and policies. It is important to note that there are 5 categories of NGOs allowed to operate in Uganda, each with different requirements for registration. And when you look at our website, the NGO Bureau website, you will see we have different lists of requirements, and these are organized depending on the category of NGO. We have international NGOs, we have foreign NGOs, we have indigenous NGOs, we have continental NGOs, and we also have regional NGOs. Overall, however, registration of an NGO with the NGO Bureau is preceded by incorporation of the organization as a legal person with a company registry, and in our case it would be Uganda Registration Services Bureau, or if you're an international organization, it's incorporated outside of Africa. Section 31(1) of the NGO Act of 2016 prohibits organizations from operating in Uganda without a valid permit issued by the NGO Bureau. To initiate the registration process and qualify for issuance of a permit, prospective NGOs are required to submit a comprehensive set of documents. These documents typically include evidence of statements made in the application as prescribed in the NGO Regulations 2017, a certificate of incorporation, a copy of the organization's constitution, evidence of payment of prescribed fees, a strategic plan outlining the organization's objectives and activities, as well as details of the organization's leadership structure and governance mechanisms, among other requirements. Additionally, for renewal applications, NGOs are expected to demonstrate their commitment to transparency and accountability by providing financial statements, annual reports, and other relevant documentation. This ensures that donor funds and resources are utilized responsibly and effectively to achieve the organization's mission. Throughout the registration process, NGOs must adhere to strict guidelines and timelines set forth by the NGO Bureau. While navigating these requirements may seem daunting, it is essential to view them as an opportunity to build a solid foundation for the organization's operations and sustainability. Moreover, registration is just the beginning of the journey for NGOs in Uganda. Once registered, organizations must comply with ongoing reporting and regulatory obligations, including the submission of annual returns and participation in periodic reviews and audits. As we reflect on the importance of NGO registration, let us not lose sight of the broader vision to create an enabling environment where NGOs can thrive, innovate, and collaborate towards achieving our shared goals of social justice, economic empowerment, and sustainable development. In conclusion, I urge all stakeholders, NGOs, government agencies, civil society, and the private sector to work together in harmony to facilitate a seamless registration process for NGOs in Uganda. By doing so, we can unleash the full potential of the NGO sector to drive positive change and transform lives for generations to come. I thank you for God and my country.
All right, thank you so much, Martha. And you know what I'm going to ask you to do, okay? So please clap. properly. And if you clap properly, things go well. All right, so now I'm going to request Ms. Stella Alibatese to come and speak to us about, I mean, they say Data Protection Office, and some of you, I saw your faces turning left and right. Like, what's that? Because you're not registered, so I'd like to invite her. She's going to speak to what the office does, but also tell us the obligations that NGOs have in relation to data protection.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here. As already introduced, my name is Stella Alibatese. Alibatese comes from a proverb, so it's a very difficult name for people to pronounce. I'm Uganda, and Alibatese is Alibatese Aliwangula, meaning the person who is calm, like the sea, will win. Alibatese Aliwangula. So when you know the meaning of the name, it makes it much easier for you to pronounce it. So I would like to thank the ED NGO Forum for setting up this event to give us an opportunity to chat with the NGO sector. I'll confess I was invited by Mr. Okello. I wasn't directly invited by NGO Forum, but I guess it shows the collaboration amongst the regulators. Probably when he received your invitation, he felt I needed to be here. It was on short notice, but I'm here because of the importance of these interactions. So I really thank you. I also recognize, of course, Madame Owundo, who is representing the NGO Bureau, Patricia, who is representing Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and the other regulators who are here. Now, whenever I get an opportunity like this, I like to explain what PDPO is. PDPO is the Personal Data Protection Office. By show of hands, how many of you have heard about this office? Oh, that's very good, because I think the NGO, I was talking to the gentleman here on the second table. The NGO sector has done a lot of work to support us in raising awareness about the Data Protection and Privacy Act. And I want to applaud the NGO Bureau and the other partners within the sector who have enabled that. In many cases, when I ask people to raise their hands if they heard about the law, the office, I normally get about 10%. In your case, it's about 60%, so clap for yourselves. Nonetheless, we still have a lot of work to do in raising awareness, because while 60% put up their hands, we still have 40% who do not know anything about the office. The Personal Data Protection Office was set up under the Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019. That act provides for the protection of personal data for human beings. So while URSB deals with company data and will protect your trade secrets and all, the Personal Data Protection Office protects personal information that identifies you. So this can be your name, it can be your telephone number, it can be your location details, it can be your email address, anything that someone can use to identify that we are talking about Stella, or these are Stella's medical records or financial records, anything that can identify you. It can be one record, or it can be a combination of records. But as long as that combination of records can identify me, that is specified as personal information or personal data under the Data Protection and Privacy Act. Now, just like all laws, if government wants, in this case, the protection of your right to privacy, the protection of your personal data, they must provide a regulator to be able to supervise, to monitor, and all that. Now, under the Data Protection and Privacy Act, the law specifically provided for the Personal Data Protection Office, which I head. That office, by law, is provided for within NITA Uganda. That is the National Information Technology Authority. So we sit within NITA Uganda. However, because internationally, even within Africa, data protection authorities are required to be independent organizations, the law provided for our independence. Although we are within NITA, we have a different set of managers. So we have our own EXCO team to make sure that there is no conflict of interest, because I hope many of you know what NITA-U does. NITA-U provides IT services to government, and we actually also regulate NITA-U. So you'll find, like, the requirement to register, NITA has also registered. NITA has a SACCO. That SACCO has also registered with us. They have appointed a data protection officer. So there is that separation of roles. And then, of course, the PDPO reports directly to the board. Unlike in other organizations where a department or an office within an organization would report to the executive director, in our case we report directly to the board, and I'm also appointed by the Honorable Minister of ICT and National Guidance. Now, under the Act, there are a number of functions for PDPO, and the main function is to oversee the implementation of the Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019. One of the requirements under that act is that every data controller, data collector, data processor is required to register with the Personal Data Protection Office, and that is where the NGOs come in. Because we are cognizant of the fact that your primary regulator is the NGO Bureau, other than coming to you directly, we went and sought a partnership or a collaboration with the NGO Bureau. And as a result, under the 15 or 16 items Mr. Moses was talking about, you're also required to register with the Personal Data Protection Office. Now, within the law, we have the definition of a data controller, we have the definition of a data collector, anyone who is collecting personal data. In your case, it can be your beneficiaries, because NGOs are able to reach our citizens. It can be your staff members, it can be your suppliers. As long as you're able to collect my name, my telephone number, my address, my email address, you're deemed to be a data controller or a data collector. If you have, for instance, large volumes of data and you have a hosting supplier, that supplier is deemed to be a data processor. But the ultimate responsibility is on you who is collecting that data to make sure that you secure it. Now, the requirements are quite simple. We have a registration form which is provided for under the Act. However, we have digitized that form. And for many of you who have gone through that process, the entire process is digitized. So you can even do it in your sitting room, you can do it in a cafe, wherever you are, you can actually register and even make your payment through URA. Once we review it, even on our side, we review your application online, and then once I click approve, you're actually able to get your certificate fully signed you can print it yourself. So it's more or less a self-service. Now within that form, there are certain things you have to fill. Of course, we want to know who you are, where you're operating, who the chief executive is. One of the critical things we ask is a data protection officer, a designated data protection officer. These people are very critical for us because they are our contact with you. Some of the services we offer the data protection officers is we provide a lot of training for them because we know we are very small in number. We are not able to address whatever concerns you have within the organizations. So under that form, you're required to designate who your data protection officer is and provide their details. We use those details to then push out whatever information we have, whatever compliance requirements there are, whatever training is required. We then share it with the data protection officer because we expect that once we train the data protection officer, this person will then support you within your organizations, fully understanding what you do to be able to comply. The other things that you'll have will ask you what kind of data do you collect, why you collect that data, how long you keep that data, what kind of policies you have, what kind of measures you're putting in place to secure that information. Then we'll then ask you to attach, if you have any policies in place, you will be required to attach those policies for our review. And then there's a form that you fill where you undertake not to share personal data that you've collected outside the country without doing an analysis of how secure that secondary location is, or obtaining the consent of the data subject. That is the individual whose information you're collecting. You then make a payment, which is 100,000. It's a flat fee. Once you do that, you submit that form, and then you're able to get your certificate. What I need to say is that that certificate is like step one of your compliance journey. That is not all you have to do. Would expect that once you've registered, that you do a data mapping within your own organization and understand the data that you keep. If you've not been securing that data, it's now your responsibility to ensure that you secure that data. You can do security within that information system where you maintain that data, but we know that some people are not digitized. That data may be in files and the like. When we come to do the compliance assessment, we expect that sensitive files like employee files, like your stakeholder files will be under lock and key. Do you have, let's say, access, who can access this information? There are certain policies you're supposed to have in place. If a breach happens, if you lose this data, what do you do? There are a number of rights under the Act that are given to individuals. People have a right to walk into your offices, identify themselves, and ask you, what kind of personal data do you have about me? How did you collect this data? So you have to put in place mechanisms for you to be able to respond to those requests. If there's a complaint that is raised against you as an organization, you must have a complaints mechanism in place. So there are a number of things that you're required to do. And then, of course, annually, you're supposed to submit an annual compliance report. And that report normally indicates your progress towards complying with the law. If any complaints have been raised, how you have addressed those complaints. So, in a nutshell, that is our registration process. We do monthly trainings the last Thursday of every month. We do trainings, and all these trainings are also recorded on our YouTube channel. If you want to know more about PDPO and what your responsibilities are, I encourage you. YouTube is free, not so, except that you have to buy some data. There's a lot of information that you can get from there. Finally, I want to thank the NGO Bureau for always involving us in your stakeholder engagements. And there's also another NGO organization, DPI, which has really helped us to reach NGOs across the country. Currently, they are doing a regulator engagement in Gulu and Arua, and we have a team that has gone there. So that has really helped us to improve or create awareness within the NGO sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stella Aliva Tese. I got it right this time, I imagine. And so thank you so much really for giving us that overview of the process, obligations, and the things that we're supposed to be doing. Really appreciate it. And while you were speaking, I think we received the Executive Director of the Financial Intelligence Authority, Mr. Samuel Were Wandera. I'm going to struggle with names, so please join me in welcoming him with a bigger clap. That's really quite loud. It seems there are people who are allergic to clapping, huh? So, and then we also, this meeting is really financially supported by the Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, so we have a representative from the Netherlands Embassy, so I'd like to welcome you, Grace, for joining us for this particular conversation. Please join me in welcoming and thanking you. We are now going to, the main subject of this particular conversation. Remember, we were convened together with the National Bureau for NGOs and the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. But the background is really around, the challenges we've been having as NGOs registering beneficial ownership. So I'd now like to welcome Miss Patricia Opoka, who is going to talk to us about the registration process, but also give her own welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Patricia Opoka. I work with Uganda Registration Services Bureau. And just to give you some background, Uganda Registration Services Bureau is a semi-autonomous body that is a creature of statute, the URSB Act, and it's headed by the Registrar General. He took over the services, the function from the Registrar General's office, which was previously under the Ministry of Justice. So under URSB, we have different services we offer. Business registration, where we have companies, we have business names, we have documents, we have building societies, and then we are the register of marriages. All marriages are supposed to be registered. And then in Kampala, we carry out the function of the register of marriage. So if you get married in Kampala, you will get, and it's not in a church, you will get married at URSB. And then we host the National Intellectual Property Office. That's where we register the trademarks, the patents, the geographical indications, and the rest. And then we have the collateral registry. The collateral registry makes it possible for borrowers to use their movable property to access credits. And then also we act as the official receiver in insolvency matters. So those are our core functions. And then as a result of that, we maintain registers, data, and records for all the registrations we effect. Now, our focus today is on the Directorate of Business Registration. That's where we have the NGOs. the NGOs are registered as companies limited by guarantee in accordance with the Companies Act. So once you're registering a company limited by guarantee, of course it begins with a process. You reserve a name. A name is, you apply for a name for your proposed NGO. Once it's approved, you proceed to the registration. And the requirements for registration include memorandum and articles. We have the lean ones, which you can access online. And then you'll have, you'll enter the details of the members, those who are subscribing to this company. You'll have a liability clause. And of course, you'll have objectives. Objectives are, what is this NGO going to do, this company limited by guarantee? What are the activities you're going to do? We're going to do this, we're going to deal in women's rights, children's rights, health rights, depending on what you're doing. And then you'll have, each member will guarantee a certain amount. It's an amount you agree upon. In case of winding up of this company, everyone will contribute this amount. And then you'll have a board. A board is appointed, and location of your registered office, which is mandatory. You're supposed to have a physical location and a postal address. So once this company is you have all the requirements, and you provide your national ID, because under the Registration of Persons Act, it lists in section 66 mandatory use of national ID, and business registration is one of them. So it's a place where we will require you to provide us with the names, and we are integrated with NIRA. So we authenticate the information automatically without you having to do anything. So once this company is set up, you're issued a certificate of incorporation. So that was the process and has been the process for years. So a few years ago, of course, Uganda is a member of the Eastern Southern Anti-Money Laundering Group, known as ESAMLAG. Now, in how did we get here? We're talking about grey list, people filing beneficial ownership. Now, there was a mutual evaluation carried out in 2015-2016, where there were a number of issues, items raised, which we had not fulfilled. And under the recommendations of FATF is the Financial Action Task Force, which was established in 1989. So that is at a higher level. Now in Uganda, since we're in East Africa, we fall in the Eastern Southern African group. In North Africa, they have their group. West Africa have their group. So our role, how does URSB come into this whole arena of beneficial ownership and all? Under the Anti-Money Laundering Act, they are accountable persons, and the Register of Companies is one of the accountable persons. So we are required to ensure that we collect beneficial ownership in relation to recommendation 24, which is on transparency and beneficial ownership. So we went onto the grey list in 2020. I think FIA will speak more about that later. And as a result of that, as URSB, we had a role to ensure that, one, we amend the Companies Act, which was Act 1 of 2012, to ensure that we have a provision on beneficial ownership, a definition of who a beneficial owner is, a provision requiring what kind of information is collected, and then we hold the central registry. So it means accountable persons. When you go to that schedule, you'll find there are different accountable persons listed there. They should be able to access this information directly. And then we have a duty to implement the sanctions under this law. So at the time we took administrative sanctions, administrative reforms. So we created guidelines in 2020, since the law wasn't yet amended, as we were looking towards that. And then we had forms, we had training of the staff on beneficial ownership and anti-money laundering and terrorism financing, so that we'll be able to ably assist our users, who are you, the clients, and those who access our services. So the Companies Act was amended in 2022. And as a result of that amendment, we have a definition in Section 2 of who a beneficial owner is. And a beneficial owner is a natural person who has final ownership or control of a company, or a natural person on whose behalf a transaction is conducted in a company, and includes a natural person who exercises ultimate control over this company. And then we have Section 119A, which are provided for the register of beneficial owners and the information that is collected. So once you incorporate a company, you'll be now for the new companies that are being incorporated since sometime last year in January, the beneficial ownership is mandatory. Now those that those that were incorporated before, you're required to update. We had a data update which began in June last year, and all the companies on our register are required to update. And in this process of updating your company, once you provide, it's like you verify everything. We're matching what we have and what you don't what you have. We're having instances where you have certain documents, or there's no match, but we are harmonizing. So that is a process that has been ongoing, and I hope most of the NGOs here that are companies limited by guarantee have updated this information. And a company is supposed to provide this information on beneficial ownership within 14 days of its creation. And failure to comply with this, there is a penalty, a daily penalty of over 500,000. So it's punitive. So we expect our users to comply. We'll have a short demo on how you'll do it, how you can access, just for the benefit of those who have not updated and who don't have access. So what kind of information is entered? This is information on natural people. You never enter information of an entity under the BO register. And the information that we pick up is your name, your date of birth, your NIN number, email address, phone number, and occupation. And then your nature of control. Do you have powers to appoint? Do you have voting rights? Do you have any other powers you have within that company? So you step that information. So with e-services, it's easy because you no longer have to bring documents to us. Once you do that, you submit online and you'll be able to get this information. And just for clarity, we're not the ones who issued the notice in November. That was from Bank of Uganda, the regulator of banks, where all bank accounts of entities were supposed to have this BO information, and their deadline was 30th November. That's after that, all these accounts that hadn't provided this information were frozen. So also, maybe for the benefit of this discussion, the 2022 amendment and the regulations therein, apart from beneficial ownership, provided for the duties of the registrar as an accountable person. And then there's a provision for re-registration of a company limited by guarantee to shares. And then we have a provision to strike off companies that have not filed returns for 5 years. And I think we struck off, we had 3 batches last year. The last one being in August last year. We struck off over 200,000 companies off the register. And they have up to 1 year, which elapses at the end of August this year, to update. And you apply for restoration. Restoration means, yes, I was struck off, I was not compliant, but now I'm ready and willing to come back onto the register and I will comply. So once you apply to be restored, you will file all the necessary returns and other documents that were missing on your file, and you're compliant. And with the automation, it means we no longer have to remind you. You'll get notifications when you're due to file your returns annually. Companies limited by guarantee pay 30,000 to file a return annually. The ones which are by shares doing business, they pay 50. And then there's a requirement under the regulations on notification of the death of a member. A challenge we have had with companies limited by guarantee before is that members would die, people would never notify the Registrar of Companies. And then you'll have a situation, of course, there are some of them where all the members died. And if all the members of this company have passed on, naturally, you're supposed to wind up this company. But now with this provision, as long as someone passes on, you notify us. And in the event that for some of those very old companies, the surviving member can appoint new members so that this company can continue doing the activities that they have been carrying on. So it's important to note those two things. Please notify us in the event that someone passes on in this company for your business sustainability and business continuity. So just to make it for a visual appreciation, we are going to have a virtual, I'm just going to show you how you create an account on our system and how you can file this information. And then we can handle. Is that okay? Are we able to? Kenneth, please come up. Okay, over to Ken.
Good morning, everyone. So this is the URSB system. So to be able to access this system where you do the actual demonstration, where we are going to do the demonstration is that you can go to the URSB website, and once you're here, you navigate to e-services, and here you look for anything that is related to company registration. So for example, we can go to e-services, then we go to business. So if let's say we want to file register a company, we click on company registration or business or whichever service you want. So for today's purposes, we are going to look at if we say company incorporation, like we have already shared, this process also involves the filing of beneficial ownership information. So as you can see here, this is the actual system where you will do the filing, which you can access by going to e-services. Then it will take you to a system called OBRS. So to be able to access OBRS is that you can access the actual production environment by going to obrs.ursb.go.ug, all by navigating through the website like I'd already shared. So for today's demonstration, I'm going to test through the test environment, which I'm already logged into. So for you to be able to file the beneficial ownership form is that once you've created an account, of course the account creation process is quite easy. You just go to the system, so once I'm here, I have let me just log out of the production environment here. So I have this is the landing page of the actual system. So I have create account login. So if I'm to create an account here, just click login, enter email and phone number. Once I've done that, I accept the terms of service, then I register. They send me an email, I click the email, so that confirms that I have access to the email. Then I verify my phone number, then I create a password, then I log into the system. So once I've logged in, this is more or less the landing page. But here I'm in the demonstration environment or the test environment, which I'm going to use. So I'm going to close this tab and this one, so I stay on this test environment. So this is the landing page once I log in, and what we are going to do today is a process of data update. We are going to run through how to file the Form 1 for already existing companies. So companies that undergo this data update process are companies that were already registered before this system, like they already shared, companies that were registered before December 9th, 2022, because that's when the system was launched. And for those that have been registered within the system while undergoing that process, it's a requirement that you must undergo and file the beneficial ownership information. So here what you do is that you click on beneficial on data update, because that is one of the services that you're able to consume. So once I click here, the system takes me to a page that gives me a summary of what this exercise does. So basically this exercise is to digitalize this company which was registered in a semi-automated system, such that it is subsequently able to manage its affairs and interaction and any filing with the registry entirely online. So after this exercise, there are certain outputs that are expected. So one of the outputs is that this company is going to get an account which it will use to subsequently file. And then one of the requirements while undergoing this exercise is that you're going to update, supply or give the registry your current information such that it is verified with what is already on the register. So for where a company has existed throughout given number of years, so undergoing this exercise that you provide the current information of this company, and in that, so you required to have certain requirements. So for example, you're required to have a valid business registration number, what we call a BRN, and this registration number is the number that starts with 800. Even for companies that were registered before these numbers were issued on your certificate, is that these numbers were later issued, and every company that was registered with a short initial registration number has a corresponding 800 registration number, which you can obtain by going to the website, or even on this system once you're logged in, and then you click on reserve. If you click on reservation or name check, you should be able to get that is okay. When I go to name check here and I enter my company name here, I should be able to get my corresponding 800 number, which is required for me to be able to undergo the process of data update. So once I'm here, I enter the registration number. Then once I've entered this, let's say I'm entering this number and I click submit, the system will check whatever the names of the entity and the details under this number in summary. That is the name, registration date, and then the entity type, and then it will return the same. So I'm just going to proceed because I have a draft application where I have already entered this information. So I'm going to go to data update. So once I'm here, I'm going to get that company. I think it should be, I'm going to get this registration number which I had started on an update and demonstrate how to start. So basically, if you've already started the application, you click continue here, but I'm going to imagine I'm starting a fresh one. So once I'm here and I enter this registration number, the application will take me back to the application which I had already started for cases where I had already started. Then once I've entered these details, then the system will now navigate me back to my application here. So as you can see, I'm able to initiate a data update and proceed to enter any information. So one of the requirements is that once I'm here and the company details have been returned, is that I need to enter this information that relates to the company address, the owners of the company, depending on the subtype. If it's limited by shares, you enter the shareholders. If it is by guarantee, like most NGOs, you enter the members. So for where a member is a Ugandan, once I click on add and I expand this, it is going to ask me if the member is alive or dead. If it's a Ugandan, so I select nationality. For Ugandans, it is strictly tied to only NIN numbers, because that is the form of identification that we use for Ugandans. And once you've entered the NIN number, the system is going to return the details as contained at NIRA, and then you'll be required to enter additional information. So I'm just going to click close this. So the information that you're seeing here is that this is a NIN from the test environment of NIRA. That is why it is able to authenticate and return these details. So what it returned is that it returned the names and then the date of birth and then the gender. Then I entered email and phone number plus the address of this person. So I enter as many members as in my company. So once I've done entering all the members, I click continue. Then the system takes me to the part where I'm going to enter the details about my liability amount that must be contained in the memorandum and articles for an already existing company. For those that don't have this clause in their articles, they are required to have the same put in before they can undergo this exercise. So on top of that, I'm going to enter a summary of objectives that this company does. So I can enter as many objectives as required, as I want, or as I have in my original memos, because this information is already contained at the registry, except that it is there in a form that it will not be able to facilitate a digital transaction. So that is why we are undergoing this exercise to build basically the anatomy of the company to be able to transact in a digital environment as if it was a newly registered company. So I can click add here to add more objectives as I want. So I'm just going to close this and then I maintain the two objectives. So I click continue. So once somewhere, like they have already shared, all companies are required to have a physical and postal address. So it is mandatory that you must have a physical address here. So this is where you put your address of business, and then you must have a valid postal address. So for those that don't have a valid postal address, you're able to click register with Posta Uganda, and then you will be able to obtain a postal address without leaving this portal. So you're able to get a postal address. So where you have a valid postal address, you enter it here and then click on, you select the postal station, and then the system will validate it. For where this number is not valid, in tandem with the company name as registered at Posta Uganda, the system will not allow you to proceed, so you're required to have a valid postal address. So once you've validated this element, you click continue, save and continue. So the system now takes you to the part of directors. So at this point, you're required to enter the details of your current directors. So if a company has undergone several changes throughout its lifetime, is that at this point you enter the current directorship of this company. So you can add as many directors as you have in your company, and then of course the same way you enter details about these individuals is the same as we had seen earlier for the members of this company. So if it's a Ugandan, or if it's a non-Ugandan, you select nationality. For where this person is not alive, you select dead, then the system will allow you to use any other identification document other than the national ID. That is the purpose of that element, because we are cognizant of the fact that there are companies which have members that have passed on, and they have probably never updated the register of companies. So at this point of you doing this exercise is that this person is dead, and that is the record. So at this point you select whichever is applicable. If it's a foreigner, of course you select whether it's an alien ID for those that are resident in Uganda, or if it's a passport, and then you enter the details about the passport number. Then the system will open up for you to be able to enter the other details concerning this individual plus their address. So I'm going to just maintain my one director, and then I will go to the part of secretary. So you also do the same for the secretary by entering their details, and then you also have a provision for deputy secretary for where it is applicable. So after you filled this part that relates to directorship of the company, you save and continue. So now we go to the other part which relates to beneficial ownership information like I've already shared. So here you indicate, among the information that is required is that you have to indicate the address where the register of beneficial ownership of this company is kept. So usually most companies keep this register at their office. So usually the system will automatically return the office of the company that you've entered previously as the address. For where it is not, you have an option of changing it. And then below here, the system is going to automatically return for you the members of the company as the beneficial owners. For where they are not, you're able to delete the person and then enter the right and enter the updated beneficial owners. Like they also indicated, there is additional information that is required on this beneficial ownership information. So among the information that is required is the date on which this person became a beneficial owner. So let's say, for example, if someone has just been admitted in a company, then of course we would expect that this date would be the date when this person has been admitted in the company, or the date when he has become the beneficial owner in this company. And then another element, of course, apart from the details that identify the individual, is that you need to indicate the extent of control that this person has. Because for companies limited by guarantee, their extent or their nature of beneficial ownership usually exhibits itself in the nature of control that they exercise over the company. So among the requirements or the issues that must clearly be pointed out is that, does this person have the rights to appoint? Does this person have the rights to vote? So that is how they exercise control over the company. So this is a very important area for companies that are limited by guarantee, because this is how someone exercises control of a company. And that is why you see it differs. For those that have interacted with the system, it differs quite significantly from that of companies limited by shares, which have percentage voting rights, which have percentage shareholding, which is not apparent in this kind of company. So it is important that you indicate the rights to vote and the rights to appoint, and then of course the amount guaranteed by each of the members as indicated in their memorandum and articles. So here you can enter beneficial owners. It is also important to note that a person who is not a member can be a beneficial, who is not a member of a company can still exercise control, so they can also be beneficial owners. So it is not only limited to members, but a person outside the membership of the company can still exercise control and be a beneficial owner. So once we are done with this part, you click continue. So once we've done continue, there is another step which relates to charges of a company. For companies that have created charges or borrowed money from the banks, we use this process also to indicate the subsisting charges that have not been fulfilled. So for where you have a charge that is still subsisting, you indicate it and of course fill the details about it. For where it's not applicable, we have a button here which will quickly take you past this page. So once you're done with this part, you also save and continue. Then here you indicate the email and phone number for the company, because this is subsequently going to be used to communicate with this company in this digital space. So on this last page that is where you're going to download the form 1, and then you're going to be required to have the same signed. So once this has been downloaded, I want to just open it and then we can see what is contained in it. This is a form. So this is a statutory form. It has the tracking number, it has the notice of beneficial ownership, it has the name of the company number, and then it of course has the address of the company, the date on which this form is being filed, or not all the date on which these individuals have become beneficial owners. Then of course it has the details about the company beneficial owners as you have entered, and then it also stipulates the nature of control over the company that these members have. So this form must be signed by a director or secretary, as you would have selected on the previous page where it is generated. And then once you've generated this form, you're required to have it signed, and then you upload it, and then you submit this application for the registrar at URSB to review. And then upon approval, you get this very copy, and it will come when it has a stamp of the registrar at URSB. And then of course it will be put on the register of beneficial owners, and then it can be accessed by any competent authority as already shared. So that is the process of how we can file this beneficial ownership requirement. I thank you.
Okay, so please give URSB another big round of applause, because as you can see, the process is very simple. It's online. So why are we here? And now we are going to go to a discussion on the process in practice. Okay? Someone was whispering to me, a lawyer actually, that, oh, this is the process in theory. So what is the process in practice? And to help us kick off the conversation. Now, I have been notified that everything you say in this room will not be used against you or your organization. So because we want this to be as practical but also get solutions to the challenges we are facing, we are encouraging us to share those personal institutional experiences. And in fact, one of the panelists is the legal counsel to the Uganda National NGO Forum. We have had challenges to register beneficial ownership. As you can see, the process is very simple. But I can tell you, we have struggled to register. I don't know for how long. And that has affected a lot of things, by the way. So without this certificate, you definitely cannot get your permit renewed at the NGO Bureau. So we will have our legal counsel share our practical challenges. I don't know whether we even considered going to court over this issue. I have also received a comment from someone online and said, let me just get that comment. So you have to elaborate how to notify URSB when a member passed on or is dead. in the event that the company limited by guarantee was registered in 2007, and a copy of the deceased national ID was not available at the time. I don't think we had gotten national IDs. And it cannot be got now. There's no death certificate because the family members were not party, or they did not participate in the registration process. So how do you notify URSB? I think we've had that challenge at the NGO Forum. When NGO Forum was founded, none of the current staff of the NGO Forum were there. 1990 what? 1997. Now, Moses Isoba is the executive director. Some other guys are board members. We don't have those death certificates. We cannot find them. URSB needs them. So these are the kinds of conversations we are going to be having. And we are confident, like we said, there is immunity. So share your practical experience. The managers are here, the directors are here from URSB. We actually have managers and directors from the National Bureau for NGOs. FIA is represented by the executive director. DPO is represented by the director. So we are in good hands, and we must find solutions during this conversation. So I have a panel of eminent persons. One of them is a lawyer who has helped many, many NGOs and works with Chapter 4 Uganda, Mr. Anthony Masake. So please join me in welcoming Anthony to the stage. And like I said, our legal representatives, ALP, is also here. So I'd like to invite Ms. Rebecca Muhechi, the legal associate at ALP Advocates. ALP Advocates. And please join us. So Rebecca is going to tell the story of how NGO Forum has struggled. Perhaps that's why we organized this meeting, to get to get sympathies from URSB. And then, because this meeting is not just about URSB, we have quite a number of other stakeholders in the room, and our main regulator, the NGO Bureau. We would like to ask Henry Muguzi, who is the Executive Director of Alliance for Campaign Finance Monitoring, to join the panel as well. And Henry is going to help us broaden the conversation to the broader regulatory framework for the NGOs. Now, we have one slot open. And as you can see, so we decided to make this as democratic as possible. So who wants to share experience? Remember, there's immunity to prosecution in this conversation. Anyone who is willing or who would like to share their practical experience, because I think those are the emails we got, and we thought we could have just one slot opened up and democratically filled. Anyone? Don't be shy. 1, 2. Okay, please come and join the panel. So that's how we decided to do it this morning. So, no, you clap properly. So I don't have the details. She's going to give me the details. And the reason we did this is because we know we received quite a number of emails. I've had challenges, so please, I would like to come for this meeting, and that's why we decided to open up. But do not mind if you're not on the panel. We are going to have a very long plenary session, an interactive one, where we will be having most of you share your experiences, but also ask questions that you might have. And if you're joining us online, please, take advantage of the chat function. We have a team that is monitoring this platform, and we will be getting all your comments. At some point, we'll get 1 or 2 of you to actually speak through the microphone so that we can get your voices in. But please share your comments, and we'll be able to read them out to the representatives of the different regulatory institutions. So at this point, I'd like to go to the panel, and we'll definitely start with Anthony. And Anthony, you have, like we agreed, 5 minutes. Just share practical experience, and then we'll be opening this up for the rest of the audience.
Thank you so much, Chris. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'm audible enough. Once again, my name is Anthony Masake. I like that Chris gets my surname correct. It's a bit confusing to some people, but I always, to simplify it, like what Stella's surname is quite fancy. Mine is not that fancy. I always say that to get the spelling of the name Masake correct, you have to look at Masaka district and simply replace the A at the end with an E. And you would certainly would be sure that you got it right. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I want to, of course, just to extend a vote of thanks. I think we all really appreciate, as players in this space, for the regulators who have been able to show up to have this conversation with us. Now, at Chapter 4, we have provided legal compliance support to, I think I would rate it at over 600 organizations so far over the past 3 years. And it's been a tough journey. It's been tough because of a number of reasons. One of them is what brings us here. The organizations that we work with face a number of hurdles that majorly arise from limited sources of funding. So when we have laws passed in this country, certain organizations that are well established are able to navigate some of these situations. But very many organizations at the district and at the sub-regional level do not have the means to be able to comply with some of the high standards that we continue to set almost every year in this country. And these laws, of course, are important because they help to protect the sector and ensure that the right things are being done. But we find ourselves in a complex situation. And I will just dive in on this issue of the beneficial owners form. So, and I will try to use the story of the Uganda National NGO Forum. So, in 2000, the NGO Forum registered with the NGO Board. Now it's called the NGO Bureau, right? In October 2002, the organization secured incorporation at the Registry of Companies as a company limited by guarantee. At the time, the organization had 14 what we call subscribers or promoters. Now, when you look at the Companies Act, and Patricia will tell you, those under the Companies Act are recognized as the first members of that company. Now, there was a bit of a challenge at that point because I think that the original intention was to make sure that the members are organizations, not individuals. But in terms of guidance, it is individuals that ended up doing what? Signing this memorandum, not the entities. So then the Uganda National NGO Forum was then established as an incorporated entity. Now, since then, the organization has made several changes to their governing document. In this regard, I refer to a constitution. And again, this brings in the complex issue. The difference between a constitution and the memorandum and articles of what? Of association. So you continue operating with a current document called a constitution, but there's a certain document that you deposited somewhere that is holding you on a certain day when you go to the registrar to ask for something. And there's no intention to hold back on anything. It's just a honest or genuine mistake through which some of the organizations tend to, of course, operate. Now, along these many years that the organization has worked, it has filed company forms several times. Company Form 20, for example. Through the Company Form 20, the organization regularly updates the particulars of the directors of the company. But the thing that escaped them was filing an ordinary resolution to update the list of what? Members. I think I hope we are all at the same page where we understand that there's a difference between directors and what? And members. They're very different and distinct under the law. But in practice, most of our organizations, in the NGO space, conflate the two. They look at the directors almost the same as members. So when they update Company Form 20, the presumption or the assumption is that all the particulars have been fully updated. Now, fast forward to 2022 in March, the FATF, as Patricia noted, issues guidelines and requirements by updating recommendation number 24, requiring all countries to ensure that beneficial owners of companies are registered with the Registry of Companies. And it's at that point that now you find there's this memorandum, an article that was deposited that way at the Registry of Companies at URSB a few years ago. Now, indeed, as Chris noted, out of 14 members, about 5 or 6 are available. The rest are now deceased. They're not available. But during that data update that you have just witnessed here, you're supposed to get the national ID, the NIN of these members. If you can't get the NIN, if the person passed away, you're supposed to get the death certificate to prove that the person passed away. Worst case scenario, if they are retiring, then indeed, again, you need to these identification documents and also the resignation notice. And if you don't have those documents, the system will not permit you to complete the data update. And if you cannot complete the data update process, it then follows that you cannot register your beneficial owner's information, as simple as the process looks. So what then happens? Where does that leave the companies that have been in operation since then? I understand the difficult position of the Registry of Companies, because when someone signs up as a subscriber, there is a process through which they can be removed. You don't write a letter and they quickly just get off. And I understand that there is some level of legal protection afforded to these members. But what happens in a situation where there is every evidence and people are ready to sign affidavits to depone declarations to affirm that so-and-so indeed passed away? We don't know, we can't trace the family. They don't have any death certificate that you can point to. What are the options? And I like the word that Patricia used here. She used the word, we're here to, they're making every effort to harmonize. And that's really, I think, what we need. We understand there have been gaps on both ends, but I think that it's extremely important that we find a way. For example, the Uganda National NGO Forum, very important platform for NGOs in this country. But it's now held at that point where they have to complete this data update process. Now, if we use the rules and the law in very strict application terms, then we cause what we call the unintended consequences of an otherwise very important law that requires people to register beneficial ownership information. So I think I will stop there at this point, then I think we will continue as the conversation evolves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now go to LP, so that will conclude the story of NGO Forum. We are the guinea pig, at least. Go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Rebecca Muhechi from ALP Advocates. I am a legal associate working under the Corporate and Commercial Department. We are the legal representatives for NGO Forum, and we have been assisting to have this data update completed. But as the moderator said, there have been some challenges, which I'm going to highlight. Is that audible enough? Yes.
Yeah,
thank
the
you.
people online were not hearing you.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I will not take much time, as the previous speaker has already given a background to the issue at hand. To summarize it, the NGO Forum, the members named in the document are basically representatives of the bodies that make up the NGO Forum. And as he said, that changes were happening over the years, but there was never a time when the members were changed. And he rightly mentioned that that was an oversight, even when the directors had been changed. Now, so of course, we are moving with this document, even when there are different people running the organization, we have different people in the company documents. So, of course, we reached a time where URSB requested us to update the companies, and that required that we put everyone's information in the system so that the process can be completed and you get a beneficial owners form as had been required by different organizations, including banks. So when we started the process, we noticed that we did not have the information for most of the members. As he rightly mentioned, out of 14, only about 5 are involved in the running of the company, and those are the people whose information we had. So I was working with Andrew Dushime, he seated at the back, and we went back and forth. We did not have this information, so we went to URSB and asked and inquired if there is another way to go around it. And they advised us to do a resolution removing these people, a physical resolution, so that we attach it on the system and then they can be removed. When we did the resolution and we went back, they said that the people who are removing have to sign on the resolution so that they can be removed. But we can't find these people. That's why we're doing the resolution. They said alternatively, these people have to sign resignation letters, which of course we couldn't do. So we were stuck, we did not have anywhere to go. Then they said that the other option is to get a court order. I have seen this being done for another client of ours, but when I was discussing with the people from NGO Forum, they said no, there has to be another way. So for me, what I think is, as Anthony rightly mentioned, the process is simple until it's not. So if you have all the documents, it's very simple. You can even update a company in a day. I have done that before. But the moment you do not have the information, the system is so rigid, there is nothing you can do. And so many things are stuck. You can't move forward. Banks will close your accounts. The clients get frustrated. So I think there has to be a little bit of flexibility if it can be proved that indeed these people are no longer interested in the company. And of course, I understand you have to give them a bit of, you can't just remove someone because they signed. But can we find a way, as he said, can someone swear an affidavit and say this person is not involved in the running of the company and they're not interested? If it can be proved, can we then move forward to remove this person instead of holding the operations of the organization for a problem that has no solution? Some of these people died. You can't trace their relatives. You can't get their death certificates or IDs. It's a bit unrealistic or too rigid for a system that does not have a way around it. Literally, I've been to URSB like 5 times on this issue, and they'll keep telling you, if they can't sign, there's nothing we can do. And I have to come back to my client and say, I don't have a solution for you, but I'm being paid as a lawyer to do the work. So you frustrate my work, and the client is not getting a solution, and yet if we sat down and saw a way around it, we could find a solution. So that is what has been happening. This update started last year in like October. We are now in April. Surely you can see the client's frustration. And yet there is nothing that can be done. So thank you, URSB, for the initiative and for addressing this issue. But I would think that if you could sit and address some of these unforeseeable circumstances, we could find a solution for everyone so that we can have a properly working system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we debated whether to have Andrew Dushime on the panel because he's really run around, looking for those who are long dead, those who are even present. Many, many visits, by the way, to ALP and Chapter 4 to get this resolved. Now, it's very easy for an organization like the NGO Forum Action Aid to retain services of lawyers. It's very easy for them to have an officer responsible for compliance. But it's not easy for quite a number of organizations across the country. So we have to make sure that we find a solution that makes this process as simple, as cheap, simple, and efficient as possible. And that's why we're here. And we are hoping that these practical examples are also triggering the minds of URSB to look for solutions. And we'll give you an opportunity to come back and provide solutions. I know that the NGO Bureau has tried to modify quite a number of things in terms of their requirements, and would expect the same of URSB. So I'd like now to transition to the lady at the far end. I didn't get your name because we just got you now to be on the panel, and then we'll end with Henry. Go ahead. Do introduce yourself properly and share your experience.
Hello, my name is Sarah Namirembe. I am the director for Step Up Standard Limited. It's a very small organization just coming up. We registered in 2016 with URSB, and then we needed to update. And the first update call from URSB on our part was in February last year, where we were given a very, very brief period, and we had to run around to get those beneficial forms. And we got them physically stamped, and they said, okay, now you're fine. So when we got to November this year, and then we got this notification from Bank of Uganda that we need to update again, we thought we had the forms. And then we go to the bank, and they say, no, these are not the forms you want now. You have to go to the system. And now that's where the issues started. Very long story short, even up to now, we cannot access our accounts. We cannot do any transactions because this process is just dragging on and on and on. This organization was initially registered as guaranteed by shares. And the shares at that time, from advice from my lawyer and all that was, it's okay, you can have 100% shares. So it was registered in 2016, and at that time we were not required to do an SMC bit on the name. So now in this whole updating thing, I need to add the bit of SMC to the name Step Up. So I've added that, and now even with that, I don't exist. I don't exist to any of my partners that we've been transacting with, because they know Step Up without SMC. So now I need to come out of that and go through another process to come back to being Step Up, now legally recognized, so that I can be able to transact. So it does look simple here, but it's actually quite complex and very frustrating. So we're completely frozen until we can get past that. And the system itself, sometimes when it's asking for some of the bits that when the presentation is happening here, there are certain things that it asks for, and it just kind of freezes, and you're just going around in circles, and you can spend a day or two. I mean, I've got a member of staff who spends quite a few hours of almost every day since this whole fiasco started, just working on this, and I'm paying them. So for us, it's very, very, very frustrating to go through this. And for it to be called easy, no, it's not. So my request to URSB is, I know that this is the kind of the foreseen vision of where we will be, we will end when we've done it properly. But can we have steps in between that enable us to transact as we are moving towards that nirvana of this re-registration? Because I think we need kind of hybrid of the online part, but the bits that can be done online that are beginning to get this process happening. But we also need you to have a bit of flexibility on aspects that we can still do physically, just to keep our business running. Because we do want to comply, and we have nothing to hide or anything, but we just feel like we've been suffocated. And we agree that the system is necessary, but it's just not working as perfectly. It's not just one step and you jump to the perfect system, but there is bits in between that a lot of flexibility is needed to enable us all to exist. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The stories keep coming, so please, and you have a lot of time to actually respond. But now I would like to transition and expand it. So this is just one element that NGOs have to comply with. As you already had, we had DPO make a presentation. The registration for DPO is actually a little bit easy and smooth. So Stella, thank you so much. Then there is FIA. You guys have interacted with that form? Yes? Okay, good. Now, there's the NGO Bureau. I was just consulting, and for you to register, you need like 14 requirements. Huh? And then for you to renew, you need 16. And the NGO Bureau is really one of those entities that has tried as much as possible to interact with the NGOs. So when you visit and you get frustrated, you can call the PRO, who is very responsive. You can call the executive director, very responsive, get an appointment, discuss with them, tell them, I don't have this. And they can always help you to get a permit. So we really thank them for that. But it's a process that is expensive. We have an NGO that traveled to Kampala more than 5 times. More than 5 times. From Arua, West Nile. So you have to use an overnight bus, go to the bureau, and then go back, and then keep doing that. So we've been, we've been having interactions about that. Now, Henry has an interesting story as well, which goes beyond URSB, so he's going to share that story, and like I said, the objective is for us to actually get these practical things. We didn't want this to be very theoretical. We wanted it to be practical so that we can get some solutions. So over to you, Henry.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Colleagues, my name is Henry Muguzi. I'm the Executive Director of Alliance for Finance Monitoring. So I think I'll start by giving credit where it is due. I think going E has helped us kind of make URSB quite effective. Because if you're going to submit returns, we have now gotten rid of the gatekeepers. Many of them had made it a business. So now it's simply going online. You are able to have the processes done. But when Patricia, right, was this Patricia, yeah? Was sharing about the roles of URSB, one of them is to register organizations. And it starts by reserving a name. And that name has to be approved. And that's where the issues are. So unlike companies, these for-profit companies, these a few directors sit, they agree to form a company, they agree on a name, boom, they start. For us, civil society actors, these things we are in as just spaces of activism. So it takes a long time, people get together, you start interacting on an issue, you pick an identity, and you have a right to that identity, civic identity. And so after some time, you agree that maybe we can formalize. So it starts with URSB. So you got to reserve the name. URSB has certain keywords they have picked, and these are knowledgeable only to them. There is nowhere you're going to go and access a list of this is not acceptable, this is not acceptable, this is not acceptable. So you cannot register your identity in that. If you have that as part of you have one of those words as part of your name. So in 2015, a group of civil society leaders met and set up a coalition they named Alliance for Campaign Finance Monitoring. So 2 years later, they say, let's formalize. So we go to URSB. URSB refuses to register us with the word campaign as part of our name. You either drop it or we don't register you. Now, thanks to the flexibility of the members said, okay, if we used to know ourselves as Alliance for Campaign Finance Monitoring, we continue to know ourselves, our focus remains. So if we removed the word campaign, that does not make us any less. We'll continue. So we were able to remove the word campaign and got to be incorporated as Alliance for Finance Monitoring. But you see, that act, that you are forced to drop part of your identity. Now, in civil society, for us as activists, we rally and organize around identity. When you take that away, you have taken away part of our identity. Today, my organization hosts another organization. This is Pan-African. It's called African Election Observers Network, AFIONET. So that word Election Observers Network is their identity. It was formed in 2016. A few months ago, members decided we should register it. But we cannot register it in Uganda. You know why? Apparently, the word election is another word, keyword. You cannot register an organization, you cannot incorporate an organization with the word election in it. And when you remove it, your identity is taken. I have referred this matter to also international colleagues, and we even think, should we go to the international? Because what URSB is doing today here is what other companies are going through, other organizations in other countries. So this is not unique to Uganda, by the way. It's across Africa. So there are certain names, words you cannot use. And this, for us as civil society activists, takes away our civic identity. Now, don't I have a right to that? Should we seek interpretation of whether or not they have a right to take that away? Okay? But that's an issue. So ordinarily today, there are organizations that first incorporated as NGOs and were registered under the NGO board, long before it became a requirement that you should first incorporate. Now they come back to incorporate. Their names have keywords that have been blacklisted. So you have had this identity for many years. You have to drop it or URSB will not incorporate you. So these are some of the things we grapple with. Now, having said that, then comes our one and only, the NGO Bureau. So the understanding is that the NGO Bureau should regulate, not control. And I think there is a conflict between those two roles. So for some of us that work on either democracy, elections, or around human rights, when we have gone to renew our permits, we have applied for 5 years, we have paid for 5 years, the Bureau has issued the permits of 2 years. The permit is issued 6 months after. So they give you 2 years, but they've issued it 6 months or 7 months after. So potentially we remove those 6 years. How many months? Those 6 months. How many months are you left with? 18. You get it? So you ask, and you don't get an explanation why you get 2, and others get 5. You have to go and then they tell you, no, you take this. We shall see. So what does the law say? But who has decided you take this? We shall see. So what happens to me? For example, for me, my organization works on elections. As citizens of the land, we have a right. We have certain political rights. One of them is right to participate in political activities, right to campaign, right to vote, right to participate not only as a voter but also as an observer or a monitor of those electoral processes. By virtue of being handed 2 years, that right of mine has been removed. Now, I'm not sure this is an institutional position or whether it rests on the whims and caprices of the office holder. So these are the kinds of, and I've been making research. There is 4 organizations that have been issued with 2 years. Now, we have to file this month because the permit we have expires, I think, October. And that would, but you see clearly, if you look at the organizations that were issued with 2 years, the common denominator is largely elections or human rights. So the 2 years end on the precincts of the campaigns. In other words, you see a ploy to tell you, do not get anywhere near this process. So these are things we struggle with. You see, you sit and one and say, okay, we are just citizens. We are just trying to be active citizens. We are trying to exercise our right. And a fellow citizen or group of citizens have decided you will not have this right because instead of regulating you, I shall control you. So these are some of the things I think we need to interact around. It's that you get feedback. When you look at other organizations that work on other thematic areas, there is no problem. The problem is around democracy, elections, human rights. But hey, is it a crime? What is the issue? How do we engage? We were contemplating taking this matter to the tribunal. And then we were like, okay. So what is the most likely scenario outcome of the tribunal? So you live in a country where, you know, instead of being regulated, you feel you are controlled, you know, gagged and constrained. And it's not a good place to be. And I'm happy we are here today because we are all citizens. We all want to improve this country. I was sharing with one of my colleagues. Me, I used to live in the diaspora. My colleagues are still there. I came back to make a contribution. And you see, you came back, but that contribution is being gagged, controlled, restricted. You say, can I really go back? Why? Can't we make our country better? So I think the men and women that occupy these offices have to understand that first and foremost, we are all citizens and that we all have rights, and that unless there is something, unless there is evidence proved otherwise that we are engaging in subversive activities, it's not clear to us why we should go through these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henry. Perfect. I see hands already, so we are opening up to the audience. The list of names that have been rejected is actually longer. So I have a comment online, someone saying they tried to register an organization called Success Arc, and the name was rejected, and they believe that no one in the world has that name. But then they had to change the name. The identity was lost in the community. People no longer have appetite for the services just because of the name. And you know, the name is very important. In 2020, I think there are people who tried to register National Election Watch, Uganda. That one cannot. That one refused. Then there was someone tried to register New Uganda. That one. And then just last month, we were in Gulu, and we had a very interesting conversation between the Bureau and stakeholders in northern Uganda. Hey, New Uganda, that one, sure, you can't. But organizations with names that have word network, rejected. Yeah? I think national, Uganda National, that one. We are glad NGO Forum is Uganda National NGO Forum. But if you have Uganda National something, you will not be registered. And I think these are practical experiences. At the NGO Forum, we receive these emails, and sometimes the NGO Bureau has intervened, and things have been addressed, but after a long process. So if you don't have this access, it becomes extremely difficult. So the name is very important. Now you try to register elections, 2026 is around the corner. You have anything, even if you have money, it will not, anyway. But URSB is here, they will clarify. But Success Arc, it's nowhere in the world. So why was it rejected? So I have hands in the room. I also have additional comments, so I will open this up. And what we've agreed is that the NGO colleagues from URSB, NGO Bureau, FIA, please also, if you have comments for DPO, so what we'll do is we shall retire this panel and then invite the big people to take the seats so that they can respond to the questions, so that it's a bit interactive between us and them. It's also possible that after they have provided an answer, you're not satisfied, you want to provide more examples so that there's a proper response. We want to make sure that it is like that so that we have solutions coming through. So I see a hand from, okay. So do we have microphones already? Okay. So let's start with Dickens, and then we will go to the gentleman. Okay, let's finish that table, and then we'll come that side. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's still morning. You see, when the light on the beacon is dimming, it means for us at the at the district level, we're already in darkness. I'm just adding a few things to what has already been discussed. One, organizations that were already registered long before by the NGO board were taken over and given certificates, registration certificate and permit to operate by the Bureau. Problem then started when the 5 years got over, they needed to renew. Now, when you come to renew, they tell you to go to URSB. They need a URSB certificate. Now, that is where everything wrong starts going on. With the URSB certificate, they tell you all the things. I, for one, by then was called the NGO Forum. We went in, we were told, book the name. From booking the name, we were told, we do not need the name Forum. I wrote to the National NGO Forum, I'm getting this. The National NGO Forum wrote to the Bureau. The Bureau says they have never given such instruction. I went back, I said, I'm still insisting on registering this. I will not mention her name. She told me, we do not want the name platform, forum. There were 3 names she told me. And as I was insisting, I was told, either you change these names or I have nothing to do with you. This was in our own words. So, we lost our identity as the NGO Forum. We had to rebrand. Many organizations are rebranding now because of such names. I've also had complaints from member organizations that at URSB, when you go to register, they give you a simplified version of the article and memorandum of association, which was, I've forgotten her name, Stella, was Patricia talked about. And these 2 pages, very simplified, very good for registration at URSB level. But when you come with it to the Bureau wants a full article and memorandum of association fully satisfied. Now, when you go back to URSB, they tell you, we have already registered you. So you cannot now certify this other one. You cannot bring this other article and memorandum of association they need. So the request is, let the Bureau and URSB harmonize. The other one is simple enough. If it is simple enough, let also the Bureau accept that simplified what? Version. That would be okay for us. Then almost lastly, let the Bureau put the same standards. They put every organization at the same standard when registering and getting the permits. Because the organization that started yesterday, they haven't gotten funding, but they want to be compliant. But you'll find the Bureau asking the 14 things, among which is, we want audited books of account, we want financial, all these systems, all these documentations, which all these others do not what? Have. Then the last one is unnecessary, okay, I call it unnecessary delay. 2, 3 organizations that have reported to me took over 1 year to get their registration with the Bureau. At one point, he laughed off when he was told there were no papers for printing the certificate, that the papers are brought from outside the country. So these are some of the sentiments we get. When mine was delaying, they told me the minister has been out of the country to read my objectives. So these are some of the comments we get when we visit the Bureau. So please, the Bureau, I'm requesting, if you could go online, and the online is simplified enough to reach where we want to, so as we come with all the documents. And also, when we come with the documents, some documents which are missing, Bureau, please, take those ones. Because when you come, and they say out of the 14, 3 documents are missing, you go back with the whole thing. Why don't you also just take those few, make it on comment, next time you are coming back, come with A, B, C, D, which is missing. Other than you go back with the old document, then you come back with the whole thing, back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to finish this table and we'll come to you first. So let's.
Yeah,
finish.
thank you. My name is John Silko. I have just one question.
Okay. The mamas about the names. There's a, if you're following online, there are so many names. that have been
Okay,
rejected.
John Silko, my name. The question is, we had someone who was a director who had died. We were even happy that we had even a death certificate and even a national ID. But when we submitted that, they told us we have to go to NIRA and register the death. Now this certificate was from the town council, with the chairman LC1 and the town council had it, and I think where the dispensary where the person died. Some time back, of course. Now you are told, go to now, NIRA, get a certificate. You are not a family member. You are nowhere related to them. Secondly, the person who's left there has no interest in your organization. This person was the one who was part of the NGO world. But the wife has no interest. The children have no interest. Where do you go?
Okay.
And how do you handle that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Robert. And Robert, you're seated with the right people there.
All right. Yeah, I'm very comfortable here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and the panelists. I also appreciate, like any other, about the e-services that we have. I'm called Kakuru Robert from Kabale, Chigezi. I had an organization up country. They are called KIK, Corruption Out of Uganda. So here, I'm glad some of you are murmuring. Here I go to URSB to renew our certificate. The organization started in 2006. And its core mandate was to fight against corruption. But here you go, we have a very hard-working lady. URSB has a good lady in the Kabale called Angela, your staff. She's really very good. But now, our people from that region, most of them call her rejected. Because when you take a name there for reservation, you even discuss it from the compound before you enter her desk and say, you even evaluate yourselves rejected, rejected, rejected. And the reservation of our names are rejected, ladies and gentlemen, after paying some money. That money is not refunded to you. So that one is so hurting. An organization of poor people contributing some money to go and be reserved after discussion that Henry has talked about, then you pay that money, and for you to get feedback, rejected about 10 times. Yeah. So URSB, rejection, rejection, rejection. Then they advised me when I went to renew, and they say, kick losing the leg, let us join together and kick corruption out of this country. And they advised me and say, can you avoid the word kick and corruption? And then rethink. I said, oh my God, something that was started in 2006, and you just drop it there. I risk losing my job up country there. Because these people will say, you man, you are stealing our organization. So now, the civil society organizations, that's why I wanted to make that point. When we are interacting with in our regulators in that region, one, thank you very much. The regulators have been with us, but we are like, okay. There is a voice which says that civil society sound negatively against our regulators, against our own government. It's not like that, but it's because the nature of service we receive. Because if we are rejected several times, you will go knowing your government is rejecting you. And you will go possibly thinking you are an enemy of the government because of the services you are providing. And then, so URSB, kindly, some of our people who constitute these organizations, they have not interacted with a computer. I don't know whether you are aware of that. Citizens sit, they don't know even, they have Katochi phones. I think Katochi phones are no longer in Kampala. But that's what they can afford. They sit around an idea. So URSB, we are talking URSB because it is URSB in the house for them because of their importance. That's the, and I'm glad I'm seated with the right people here. Lastly is to also say Our development partner who support Ugandans around the cause, we have also had challenges with them. If you have not renewed or registered, you don't exist, you have no name, even if you have an idea which is very good to support the community, they will not associate with you. So we have lost that kind of interaction, association in terms of developing together in the name of rejection, in the name of not being recognized by our own government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. There's a gentleman there. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Jonathan. I have two questions, and the first one goes to PDPO. I work with Anti-Corruption Coalition Uganda. We registered in 2022, and we paid 100,000, and they gave us a certificate which actually has a deadline. Then they told us we shall renew. When it came to the renewal, they told us that the renewal we have to register again and pay 100,000. That was the process. So my question is, at what point do we know that we are fully registered? We have a certificate that is, because it's also required at NGO Bureau. Yeah, that is really legit. And then at what point are we renewing? Do we continue paying 100,000, or there is a systematic way that we stop here? Then to URSB, actually after like 3 months, we got our beneficial owners. We also had a deceased. It was hard, but the new system, it confuses with failing returns. It will tell you that they are not yet due. Your returns is not due. And they say they'll give us a notification which is not coming in. We fear that we might get a warning. Yeah, so we don't know when is the deadline. You go to the system, tells you the returns are not due, but you know they are like due. So at what point are they due, and when is the deadline?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We had two hands, so let's take the gentleman and this one, and then we'll conclude with this side and reconstitute the panel of...
My name is Jautene Fred. I'm leading an organization called Citizen Initiative for Democracy and Development Uganda. I have like two comments. First, maybe to appreciate the Bureau for the tedious work that you do in terms of managing the sector. We appreciate NGO Bureau. However, I don't know how best we can help in terms of ensuring that people who come to the Bureau are actually treated with courtesy. You'll find that somebody moves from up country, they take long to come to Kampala. And for a single moment they have come, they have issues and they need to be helped by the Bureau. But I know maybe it is because of too much work that is in the Bureau, the response by the people who receive these people first is not good. You know, somebody has brought a file, probably okay, they are missing documents. But how could we communicate to this person in a manner that they appreciate that, one, there is a missing document, but also that they have been treated with courtesy. There's some level of respect they are given. And so I request maybe we could adopt the system that the health practitioners are using, that when you are diagnosed and say maybe you have been tested positive, you are not told it there and then that no, you are actually positive, living positively. There is an attempt to first cancel you. And so I request the Bureau, I know the leader is here, the front desk, I think we need to make them first get saved. Let them get saved, and they appreciate that they are dealing with diversity. They are old men. I went to the Bureau one time and I got 2 old men. They moved from one of the upcountry districts. And when they were told that their file actually did not contain any document that NGO Bureau wanted. They were stranded down there and said, now what should we do? So I was asking myself, instead of asking this question when they left the office, was there any person they could contact within the Bureau and say, your file is like this, and so you can do this and do this?
Yeah.
So that is my kind request. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Mariam, there's another comment online in relation to that by Bernard Otal, that every time he brings files, he's told, you go back, there's something missing. And he's wondering, can't you just receive the file and keep it as I get the remaining documents? And I think we also received a complaint. Someone traveled from Bukedi sub-region, and he was an old man as well. So after leaving the Bureau, they came to the NGO Forum. And they sat for a few minutes. They wanted to talk to the executive director to complain that, my file has been rejected. I don't have transport to come back. What do I do? So I think, Miriam, when you get time, you're going to respond to some of these things. But maybe some of these things are also feedback to improve, the interaction. And I know the Bureau has been making improvements in that area. So go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Albert Tarema. I lead an organization called Local Sustainable Communities Organization. We are based in Kabale, that is the Chigezi sub-region, the Switzerland of Africa. I want to first appreciate the NGO Forum for putting this together. Thank you so much. And the regulators for showing up so that we pour our appreciation as well as the grievances to you for some proper medicine. Mine is just one simple question, but is intersected into two. Other than DPI that is carrying out and facilitating some regional conversations about talk to your regulator, rightly she said they are in the northern part of the country. Is there any plan for the regulators to, in case the funding for DPI ceases, is there any sustainable way that you're going to keep these regulation talks going? Because at the grassroots, not everyone has a radio, like my brother Kakuru said. Not everyone has a radio, not everyone can access a digital phone. They have the cartouches, and not everyone can listen to, can come to these conversations. Much as they're even at the regional level, the participants are carefully selected. But also, those who are selected, they don't have all that capacity to get to these other people to put across the information. So is there any plan? Because we know that our bosses suspended DGF that used to facilitate such conversations, did not renew the contract for HRC, the same thing. So our concern is the sustainability of these conversations. Yeah. And we see also some other government sectors advocating for their own budget increases. Okay. Do you hope to probably set up a budget as a joint regulatory bodies, a budget to facilitate these kinds of conversations?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We had two hands this side. Okay, so this table, and then we'll go to colleagues online. If you have to give a comment, just raise your hand. I will see you use the hand signal, and then we'll give an opportunity to one or two of you to make a comment.
Thank you so much. I'm called Angela Nakazana, Financial and Settlement Alternatives. I have two concerns from NGO Bureau and URSB. The first one is with the Bureau, like the list of requirements. It's like every year you go to renew, to file returns, there is another addition on the requirements. You go knowing something else, you reach there, they tell you, no, we've added on these two certificates. You have to bring such a certificate from this organization and another from this organization. Going to those organizations, you also take, it's a process getting those certificates and money also. So at least the Bureau should at least consider maybe adding on these requirements, like maybe 3 years. But every time you go to renew, there is another requirement added on, another requirement. And they even show you, you're like, I have all the list. I'm like, look at my computer. There is also this one. You're like, okay, since when? Okay. With the bureau, URSB bureau, like when you have all the requirements and you are going to do maybe an individual submission, you can take like days, weeks, and times getting your things approved. But when you give your requirements to these law firms, it's just a one-day thing. And the things that they are approved, I don't know, maybe we are missing out some things, but I don't know, URSB should maybe enlighten on that.
Okay. You're not lawyers. Benson.
Yes, my name's again Ekwio Chen Benson, and I work with Public Affairs Center, Uganda, based in Soroti City. A few days ago, we had a regional reflection meeting for all NGOs in Teso sub-region. One of the things which came out is that, one, we appreciate, we said, I think for the first time, we are beginning to see the state working. What we have been seeing is leaders, political leaders jostling around, but the state was absent. Everybody was operating the way you wanted. Actually, Uganda was a free state, a freelance state, where you could operate, companies could come in, do whatever they wish, disappear and come and so on. And we appreciate that, and I think this is commendable, especially the digitalization. It is one of our things which we agreed. But however, practically, on URSB, when the updating came up, it took us 3 months from September last year to Feb this year. How many months are those? You had an officer in Soroti that lady struggled. We did everything. She even filed some things, but we could not proceed until I traveled to Mbale. All the documents that had been stamped, I remember our resolutions, our Form 20, were not reflected anywhere until we physically visited. And I want to commend the officers of URSB in Mbale, very active, very responsive, and immediately they corrected the situation. But of course, it came with the resources. So I think that is something we need. I don't know what capacity your field people have. I've seen it from Kigesi. Ours was very good, but I think lacked on how to manage it. Until 3-4 months passed and so on. Okay. Then secondly, it seems URSB also had challenges with understanding the beneficial ownership. Because at the first incident, we went there, I remember, we thought yours is nil-nil. And they even stamped it, and I filed it with our bank. That was, I think, years behind. We woke up the day they freezed our account. They said, no, you must file. I went with the other copy, certified, but with a cross, nil-nil. Say, no, that's not the one we want. I said, but this is also a document from URSB. They have not written to me withdrawing this one and requesting another one. Until we processed, we took another one. Now the banks have 2. I also have 2. There's one, a nil return. It has never been rejected. It's still a valid document with a stamp. But there is also another one generated from the system with now our promoters. I don't know, you lawyers, what happens now with that kind of thing? Okay. So for the Bureau, my friends have talked, but I only want to add one thing. I think you have a challenge. There's this form you call IRF. Is it information request what? Form. It's a very interesting form. To me, it is huge, it is repetitive, it is outdated. And I remember I raised it with the ED. For example, you're asking me, which sector are you contributing to in the district? District no longer work according to sectors. They now work according to approved programs in NDP 3, and all districts choose at least 4 or 5 programs to work on. Now you're asking me, which sector? Doesn't exist.
Okay.
You are asking me to resubmit the same documents you gave me that attach a valid permit, registrations. Who gave me those certificates? So I think you guys, you need to revisit.
Finally, Benson.
I think you will have one of the biggest files. You may need the Mabirisi type of transport to be visiting you.
Yeah.
So revisit. For me, I would pray that withdraw that form, have a wide consultation, and make it simple. And I shared it with the ED, and I'm happy it was very responsive. I raised it again in Mbale.
Yeah. Okay.
This form doesn't reflect. For you, you are still operating the sector days. Come up. Update yourselves. So, and the issue, finally, I think the issue of rejected files, to me, I think the problem is the district, non-functional district NGO monitoring committees. I believe if those committees, for me, I am a member of the NGO monitoring committee, Soroti district, and I don't think our files are rejected in the Bureau. Because our committee looks, before we give a recommendation, it looks at the requirements, we look at it, we look at the file. When we write a recommendation, we tell you, you can now go. And at least for us, nobody has ever bounced.
Okay.
So I think the Bureau find a way of ensuring that district NGO monitoring committees are your checkpoints, are your flag points at the base. It will help us to save a lot of money people are wasting.
Thank you, Benson. And you are lucky you have a functional DNMC. Here in Makindye division, we were told you have to meet the mayor. And then we looked for the mayor, we couldn't find. Said, oh, you need to meet the clerk. And then after that, I said, no, you have to meet the whole council. So we had to, make sure we were tossed around. And this is the story in quite a number of districts. So we want to transition to colleagues online now. I have a number of written comments which I will go through, but first let's have Sauda Ropani. Just unmute your microphone and if possible turn on your video so we can see you. Okay, so Sauda is still trying to find the microphone. Can we have Jackson Were? Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am Jackson Were from Droha, Uganda, here in Jinja. I am not sure whether I am able to be seen. Yeah, right there. I have about 3 things to put across. One relates with the application of discretionary powers. And some of the issues that are coming up relates to a particular officer in a particular institution being discretionary powers he has, and through execution of his duties. For example, there is something which was interesting, which came up, and it relates to Section 36 of the Companies Act. And the specific reference is in deciding what undesirable name should look like. And before I go further, let me also point that when we were constituting this, it is just a comment, first to appreciate the NGO Forum for putting up this initiative, but also to further suggest that maybe we needed Minister of Internal Affairs to be here, because for them, they can report back to the cabinet. Because you realize that when you're up, there is an application of discretionary powers. And let me use the example of section 36. What is undesirable name? And I picked this when our colleagues were talking about undesirable name and rejection of the name based on the wording. You realize that, fine, Madam, I think Patricia from the URSB is also constrained when it comes to the definition of which name is desirable and which is not desirable. And so it is most likely to continue even after this, because maybe people who also supervise URSB have also decided that some other names should be defined and categorized as undesirable. So for that matter, I hope that after this, a report will be made to the Minister of Internal Affairs, and then they can further guide and so the issue of application of discretionary powers while executing the mandate given to different officers can be enhanced.
Okay.
That said, sorry, allow me 1 minute. That said, you realize that when you go to NGO Bureau, this time you can be told to bring so many things. And I'll just an addition to Mr. Benson. And you provide those things and you even receive a receipt. There is that slip when you have successfully documented everything they needed. But I'm telling you, even after a week or two and you go back for any services, you'll be surprised that the same things will be asked. Instead of simplifying and say, did you receive this receiving slip when you are applying? So again, if such a team working on that can be supervised by someone, maybe it can kind of simplify our work, because we are all Ugandans and we are contributing to the development of our dear motherland called Uganda.
Thank you,
For
Jackson.
time purposes, I thank you, and let me stop at that.
Thank you so much. We have Atweta Abdurrahab. Unmute your microphone and speak. Atweta, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Atweta Abdurrahab is my name. I'm a team leader, Hope for Peaceful Families Foundation Uganda. I have a few comments to put across, but first, I would wish to appreciate the NGO Bureau and the forum for organizing this meeting that can bring us together to have a common agreement on different technicalities. I would wish to talk about the fines by the NGO Bureau, which they have been putting across, in that every month, in case of late submission of returns, it is a requirement that you are penalized 2 million per month of late submission of returns. It's my humble request that if that penalty is at least reduced, because this one is going to reduce the functionality of many NGOs within the country. Imagine you have been penalized for failure to submit returns for a period of, let's say, 1 year. Those are 12 months. For 2 million, that is 24 million. Ideally, this one can bring most NGOs, majorly local NGOs or indigenous, to the closure.
Thank you.
Another one would go to Personal Data Protection Office. I'm a member for Hope. We have already submitted for annual membership, but really it is a bit stressing to register to be a member every year. I would wish the director PDPO to make it in a way that we'll have one registration, then for the following years, we can be having subscription. But also it is the request that the subscription would be a bit lower than the registration. If the registration is at the 100, then I would request we can have the other one is at 50 or lower than that, based on how you will see the need. Another one would be on
finally
would be I would request the NGO Bureau to categorize the NGOs when treating these NGOs. We have local NGOs or indigenous NGOs that have been in service and doing a tremendous work, but when it goes to the submission of the returns, based on the requirements, even to pay for external auditor, it is a tug of war. So if we say that maybe the organization that haven't gotten the funding, they can be categorized in this manner, then it would be better to engage and to influence more visibility of NGOs on ground. But also, as I conclude, we have the NGO or NGO committees at the district level, but unfortunately, these NGO committees are not funded. When you approach them, they will tell you we don't have means to reach on ground for monitoring. So it is my humble request that if the Bureau would design the facilitation for these monitoring committees at the district level, it can help them to reach the NGOs and CBOs on ground for better service delivery. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Finally, Sauda.
Thank you so much. I want to start by appreciating the National NGO Forum for organizing this, as well as the National NGO Bureau. I think we are very grateful. Personally, I've learned a lot that I'll use to improve my organization. I have one issue to the National NGO Bureau, and that's about picking documents on specified dates that they have given. I had an experience where I had to move twice on the dates that they give, and then I bounced. And you can imagine traveling all the way from Koboko, and then you reach there, you bounce, and then they give you another date, you go, and the document is not ready. So I think there should be a mechanism of communicating in case a document has delayed or to be printed on the specific date or to be signed. They should communicate so that we can go when it's ready. And then to the Financial Intelligence Authority, I think the form for filing returns is really too bulky. If it could be summarized, then it will help, because now like about 25 paged, it's really too much a form to be filled. Thank you so much.
If anything has triggered an additional comment from you, just 1 minute each one of you, and then we will now get responses. FIA had not gotten a question until now, so we will be adding FIA to our next panel. So let's have in the other order. So we'll start with you and then come back to Anthony. No comment, Henry?
Yeah, I think what has to happen is that we need to agree that it's important to use this as the beginning, to work together. As you can see, if you work with the NGO sector, you can know that you have quite a number of regulators to pay attention to. But it's important that we also, in a way, begin to work collaboratively, and that we appreciate that everyone has a right to play, but also that when you are relating with NGOs, to understand that these are citizens that are trying to be active and exercise their rights. We are not saying we don't want to be regulated, but let us be regulated and fairly and not be controlled. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm just keen to hear from URSB and NGO Bureau on the issues that have been raised, to see how we're going to move forward.
Thank you. And so that you can help your clients better. Lawyers get things done quickly. I think that's why they are paid. So to your question, they just make it difficult for you so that you get a lawyer and, you know, Anthony.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you so much for all the comments. I think for me, just three things. The first really is, indeed, as my sister said, I look forward to hearing what Patricia has to say, and just to note that we appreciate the meetings and the opportunities you've given us to have the back and forth, depending on the client situations. That we really appreciate. You're so approachable besides the online system. But I think now we're at a point where we really need your support to be able to move forward. The Uganda National NGO Forum is very keen. You've had since October efforts to update their status. I believe Mr. Wandera at FIA would like to see that beneficial ownership form of the Uganda National NGO Forum so that he can then already know who the beneficial owners are. But if that process is stalled, I think then it becomes a problem. We accept and recognize that there was a gap on our part in terms of creating those updates, but we're at this point and we need to really find a way to move forward. The second point is on the question of who then become the beneficial owners. And then, as you're reading the definition of who a beneficial owner here is, Patricia, you noted that they are natural persons. Now, before you here, you have very many organizations that are network entities that have members that are organizations, not individuals. I think the NGO Forum is one of them. So the question that follows, what happens to the artificial person in such a situation, the organizations that register as members? And I ask that because under the regulations that provide for the Companies Act amendment on beneficial ownership, it is an offense to provide false statements in terms of who your beneficial owners are. And the truth of the matter is almost all these organizations have memorandum and articles of association. Those articles provide for the governance structure of those entities. They provide usually for a secretariat, the board of directors, and the annual general assembly. That annual general assembly as the apex body is the one that really controls affairs of these organizations. And these entities are actually artificial persons. They're not natural. They just have representatives of those artificial persons. So the question then comes, who in such a situation would ordinarily be the beneficial owners of this organization without, one, providing false statements in terms of the ultimate control, because the articles provide for who actually has the ultimate control. But also, the second thing that comes very close to that is the risk of infringing or violating corporate governance standards or obligations. Because if you have your articles and you have set out clearly that this is our organizational structure, the AGM is the apex body. So if you turn around and file a beneficial owners form that has individuals from the board of directors, what you're essentially saying is that while there is something called an AGM, the real owners are actually the directors who are actually reporting to the same AGM. So in terms of that apex body, ultimate control, because that then would suggest that the board of directors can veto a resolution of the General Assembly. Okay. We have a problem with harmonizing that. So I think that guidance in that regard would be helpful. There was an example in TESO, Mr. Benson, I thought he would share, but we had an organization there that had been there for many years, many decades. They were asked to file beneficial ownership information, and the ED put herself as number one and a few other people. And the donor asked, we see the beneficial owner form shows that you are the beneficial owner as the ED. She said yes. But now, where does that leave the board of directors in terms of oversight? Where does it leave the General Assembly again in terms of oversight? So again, I think clarity on that would be helpful. And then I think finally, just quick response, just three things. The first is to Dickens, I think it's a dangerous practice for us in the NGO space to adopt that table of the Companies Act. If you must adopt it, please read it and understand it. Otherwise, it's extremely dangerous. It's easy to click and say adopted, and you only have a memorandum, and you adopt that table, I think it's table C. It's extremely dangerous because it provides for certain obligations that you must adhere to by adopting it. Okay. So we usually encourage that you just have your articles written out. On the PDPO, to Stella, I think there's a general concern on the continuous registration, and I know this is an advocacy conversation that's going on. I think the appeal really is that there may be need to align it with the FIA and other agencies, including the NGO Bureau. Registration usually ordinarily should not expire. What can happen is a continuous demand for filing of returns, but I know this is a creature of statute. It's in the regulations. So unless the regulations are amended, that there's little that the PDPO can do. Then finally, to the NGO Bureau, there have been consistent concerns of customer care at the front desk. There have also been commitments to improve. A lot of effort has been put in, but I think that ultimately the solution will really have to be going digital, like what the FIA has done, what the PDPO has done, and what URSB has done, because by going digital, you really cut off these interactions and you focus on the service. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our panel, I would now invite you to give them a very big round of applause as they retire back to their seats. I have a few more comments online which I'd like to read. Harris Namutevi says URSB needs to designate a person to work with NGOs physically and directly. Walking to Georgina House, you will be referred to a one-stop center in Kololo, and then at one-stop center, you are referred back to Georgina House. So I think there's that. I think the question around rejected names seems to be reoccurring. There's another organization, Trust for Africa Development. They were asked to remove the word trust. So I think there are quite a number of words, so we just need to get a register of those words so that we stop using them. Akera Grace is complaining about the NGO Forum website. So this is to us. I think there's, the information needs to be updated. And I think this is in relation to some of the requirements the NGO Bureau needs. We know that this keeps evolving, so we need to work on that. Now, there are comments around taxation and tax exemptions. We have the Human Rights Center in the room, represented by Eric Namungalu, and together with the NGO Bureau and the NGO Forum, we organize these meetings between civil society and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And the conversation that is happening this quarter is going to be focusing on taxation, and we shall have the Uganda Revenue Authority in the room to answer those questions. So if you have any comments that you'd like to be integrated in that particular conversation, please do write an email to the NGO Forum. We'll be able to capture that. But also you can send an email and we'll forward the details to the Human Rights Center to make sure that you're invited to that conversation. I think there was also a comment in relation to having conversations with Cabinet, and the Minister has been religious in attending these meetings. So we will make sure that you're invited to this particular conversation. Now, I'd like to transition and invite, well, I think we will need to start with URSB. So we'll just invite URSB to take their seat on the panel. So Patricia, if you could just join us on the panel. And then there are quite a number of questions as well addressed to the National Bureau for NGOs. So I'd like to ask that Martha also joins the panel. Oh, are we having Ramadan? Mustafa, yes, Mustafa is there. Okay, perfect. And we can always do a switch. I would have invited Mariam, but she's telling me no. So I think the feedback is that we just need to address how that desk operates. And I have been there. If you're known, you're treated very well. If you're not known, I think, hey man, you have to pray your prayers before coming. And I know there's been a consistent commitment. I forget. The PRO has their number available, so if you reach there and you have an issue, please call the public relations officer. I think Stephen has also been generous to share the number. Please complain. Let's have this sorted out, because the Bureau has committed itself to providing higher levels of service, and We are just hoping this feedback is something that you take back home. Just tell the people at the front office to be as nice as possible. Some people travel overnight to bring these files to the office. So I'm going to ask Stella as well to come, and I think Anthony tried to respond to some of the questions you are given. So please just join us just in case. And Samuel, I think you have an opportunity also to talk about the registration process. And we know that the form, I think the form was simplified somehow. I don't know whether that is still correct. So Samuel, if you could join the panel, and we'll give you a little bit more time to speak about the obligations that NGOs have under the Anti-Money Laundering Act. Before I go to Samuel first, there was a comment around fines. And this keeps coming up, and Anthony uses the creature of the law. So the fines are supposed to be prohibitive, to make sure you don't default. So if you're an NGO complaining about files for delay to file your returns or fines for operating with an expired permit, the law is very clear. File 6 months before and you will never be fined. So let's also be responsible in this case. Let's not ask the Bureau to reduce the fines. Maybe we should have gone to Parliament. And those of you who are there in 2015 when the bill was being debated, Parliament was very clear. Let us make it difficult or impossible for NGOs to default on these obligations. And so this is where we need to maybe focus this appeal to our legislators. So I will now go to FIA and take a little bit of time to talk about the obligations that we have, and then you can address some of the questions that emerged. Is the microphone?
Thank you very much.
DJ?
Yeah, sure.
Microphone? Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the invitation to come and share my experience as a regulator for AML safety. First and foremost, I want to thank the organizers of this engagement and the topic of streamlining the operations of NGOs, especially on beneficial ownership. This gives us a feedback mechanism to improve what we do. Because basically, as regulators, we are supposed to create an environment which makes you to operate effectively. And I have observed and listened a number of challenges when it comes to BO. And I want to ask my colleagues that we pick the information and we meet and agree on how we can address some of the concerns which you have raised. I remember when the law was amended, Uganda was under the ICRG process, and some of the reasons why we were in the ICRG process was in relation to BO information. Mustafa, we forced him to do certain things for ensuring that the country meets the standard. Therefore, having listened carefully, we shall have an engagement, and we can promise that some of the challenges we have raised can be sorted case by case, because they are not uniformly applicable to all. There are unique situations, and I think as government, we can look at them and consider. Maybe, moderator, allow me slide a bit back to inform members that this matter we are discussing today has arisen because of trying to implement the AML safety compliance obligations of government of Uganda, and in particular to all of you, because you are accountable persons and therefore you must comply. We all know we belong to the global financial system because transactions originating from this country or destined elsewhere must go through a transparent system. And if any country has weaknesses within its legislation system or institutions, then you become a global threat in terms of your institutions being used either to finance terrorism or to facilitate the money laundering processes or to facilitate what we call proliferation financing. And because of that, Patricia alluded in her presentation to some of the FATF standards which have been put in place to ensure that countries become tight, to ensure that criminals don't use their financial systems or products to launder proceeds or finance terrorism. And BO is one of the requirements where FATF revised the standard. FATF has 40 recommendations, but recommendation 24 and 25 have elements to deal with legal persons, and recommendation 25 deals with the legal arrangements, which means that there are specific things which you must do, and those are your obligations under the law which you must do. The one of FATF is, they call it a recommendation, but for us who are implementing this, they are more or less like rules which you must undertake. So if you don't undertake those provisions which are enshrined in the standard, then you'll be labeled non-compliant. And we ensure that as a country we comply, and we also ensure that you as an accountable person, your systems, structures comply with that standard. And I think that's why I'm happy with the discussions on BO and how we can do it better to address the beneficial ownership behind. It's not unique to Uganda because criminals hide behind these companies and advance their criminal activities when they are not noticed. The other issue, of course, I wanted to commend is the technological innovations. We again in the global system and everywhere, digital has taken over, and therefore, as institutions and as organizations, we must embrace the current developments. We cannot go backwards. I've had some of you advocating for manual systems, and even the government of Uganda itself has plans to move away from the manual systems because of the advantages of the digital systems. So I want to again encourage all of us to move towards the new normal, which is now the IT platforms, which at FIA we have tried to make it easy for registration because it is a legal requirement, and I'm sure we have made it a bit simpler for yourselves to register and be able to comply with that requirement. And there are sanctions for non-compliance. And again, I had someone trying to advocate for lowering this. Under the standard, the sanction regime must be effective, must be proportionate, and must be dissuasive, such that you don't feel at liberty to pay a fine, but it should be able to hurt you to be able to pay. And the AML safety standard requires to demonstrate that the sanctions are such. And therefore, URSB with that sanction regime, about last week, we were in the SAMLAG meeting in Angola, and one of the issues they wanted us to demonstrate is that the sanction regime under beneficial ownership is actually meeting the standard. And we ticked on it because of that kind of penalty of, is it 500,000 per day? if you don't file this information. So that's what the law requires. And again, that takes me back to, as regulators, we implement the laws which are passed by Parliament and the regulations. And when we are drafting this, there is participation by all of you to ensure that the issues which government is proposing to put in the Act are the ones we all agree to implement, and the regulations which support us to enforce the operationalization of the law. And I want to assure you that we don't operate outside the law. The only remedy we can have, again, through such feedback mechanisms, is that if the law is unfair, then it can be amended. So some of the issues you are raising today could be material we could use if we find that the law is the one which is creating a challenge in the operations. These are things which can be done, but as we know as Ugandans, it takes a while to amend the law. But for us at this side, the regulators, this is what we use to implement the requirements by the different players in the different sectors who are regulated by that kind of law. The final issue I want to talk about is, which was also discussed, about the unintended consequences. And this has been recognized by FATF that in implementation of the FATF standards, there are certain aspects which have come up and which were unintended when they were designing the laws. And one of them relates to the NPOs. Across the world, the NPOs have suffered. Some of them have been targeted by government when they are trying to enforce the requirements under Recommendation 8, which requires us to ensure that the NPOs are not used by criminals to finance terrorism. So there is a whole range of things which we must ensure that you comply with, and under the risk-based supervision. So the good news is that for Uganda, FATF has recommended that in Uganda, NPOs are accountable persons as per the second schedule of the Act, and they are saying, according to the FATF standard, we are supposed to monitor NPOs on a risk-based approach, and that requires that we undertake a risk-based assessment to determine the risk levels which the NPOs face, and those are the ones which would be subjected to enhanced monitoring. But all NPOs should not be subjected to this kind of approach, and therefore we are going to start the process of ensuring that we delist the NPOs from the second schedule as accountable persons. And this process starts with my office, and I'm going to start the process to ensure that we remove the NPOs from the list of accountable persons, but only concentrate on Recommendation 8, where we're able to monitor the NPOs which will be subjected to enhanced monitoring, those which will be considered high risk. So this is something I wanted to share, but the whole purpose is that globally and with statistics and evidence through some typology studies which have been done, where NPOs have been used to finance criminal activities of terrorism financing. And of course, when we delist you in terms of being accountable persons, it does not mean that you are not subjected to scrutiny in terms of AML, CFT obligations, but it will be the reporting requirements directly, like somebody was indicating that the form looks bulky, but we had already revised this form, specifically targeting the reporting requirement of NPOs, and maybe if this form still looks bulky, you could raise the areas where you think we can reform. Because I know until the law is amended, you still remain accountable person. I've just said we intend to amend the law, but as we stand today, you are accountable persons and you're obliged to report as per the requirements on that form. So, moderator, I intend to end, but just say, in case there are specific issues on the form, we are ready to address if we feel that the concerns are genuine.
Okay.
But on the whole discussion today emanates from trying to ensure that Uganda meets the FATF standard to fight criminals who may want to use companies to hide who are the true owners of these companies, who are the ultimate beneficiaries, and therefore, that's what the law requires. And Uganda is going to go through another mutual evaluation process in 2028. And our colleagues from SMLAG are going to come here to assess our compliance with the requirements. And this will be another area which they will look at again to see whether we meet the standard of being tight. Because the whole issue is that if one country has weak processes and is not able to fight these crimes, then the other criminal network will use your system to move these proceeds globally. Because, as you know, we are connected to the global financial system, and anything originating from here can reach anywhere and gets into the financial system. And that was the whole purpose of the BO. But if it has unintended consequences, like I have seen some of you raising, those are the issues we can look at and see how we can address case by case. I submit, moderator.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate. It's good to know that the process has commenced to amend the law, and please do let us know what we need to do to make sure this process is expedited. It's also good to know that we have an opportunity to send comments on the form to see if there can be revisions so that it's not as bulky as it is currently. So that's something that we will take advantage of. Every time we have FIA, I'm tempted to ask this thing around money laundering and corruption, and but now Moses is looking at me, so I can't ask. So we have gold. You remember sometime we had a high net export of gold. URA did not have corresponding records, so we're asking, so did FIA follow up? They're investigating what's coming up. But yeah, maybe at an appropriate time we'll talk about that and whether you're targeting the big money launderers and the corrupt people. So we'll now transition to DPO. And there are a few questions, some of them perhaps a creature of the law. You also promised that there are going to be some amendments that you can initiate from your side, and what can we do to actually expedite that process?
Thank you very much for those questions. There were two questions, but they were related. Mainly the frustration in having to renew the PDPO certificates every year. As already highlighted by Mr. Masake, that is a creature of the statute. We are not able to dispense with it at this point in time until the law is amended. What we are currently doing, in my earlier remarks, I did indicate that this law was passed in 2019 and the actual implementation started in 2021. So it's still a very young law. At PDPO, what we are doing is when we receive feedback, we are documenting that feedback, and at an opportune time, when this law is being reviewed, we shall then present all these issues and hopefully have amendments done. For now, the renewal process is really the same as, because you file the same form. The reason for that is that as organizations, we transition. You may be collecting data today, personal data today, and tomorrow you're not collecting that data. You may change data protection officers, you may improve your policies, so it's not necessarily the same information unless you're telling us that NGOs are static. So the purpose for that renewal process is for you to give us information on what has changed within the organization. But it's feedback that we take on board. We'll include it with some of the other proposals we've received, and of course engage you at that opportune time for these reviews to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The national, yes, please give a big round of applause. And hopefully we can initiate the process of revising, of amendment, so that we dispense with this, with the registering every year is actually very hectic. It's better if we are just getting registration once, and maybe we are just getting a license that we are renewing on a regular basis with different requirements. That would be very helpful. National Bureau for NGOs, the forest we are supposed to be running to when the devil is chasing us. Those are Moses' words. Huh? So, how do you, anyway, I will not ask. There were so many questions, but I think the most important for us as NGOs is to get the reassurance that you're actually there for us. And using Henry's words, that you're not the policeman, that you're actually helping and facilitating us to grow, to register. And when DPO or even FIA are chasing us, we can run to you for protection. And so there are quite a number of comments, really, especially in relation to the registration requirements, if you could speak to those. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chris, and thank you to all those that asked questions. For us, it's also been a feedback mechanism. We've obtained a lot of feedback from the kind of conversation that we've had here, so we've really taken note of the different concerns. I'll quickly respond to some of the questions that were asked. I'll begin with Henry from Alliance for Finance Monitoring, who raised a concern around the issuance of permits, where some organizations are given 2 years and not 5 years. And for that one, I would quickly love to note that Section 31, Section 31(7) of the NGO Act is the one that provides for the period that we are supposed to give on the permit. And what I would love for all of us to take note of is that there is discretionary power regarding the time that is given. And it's also not true that we've highlighted particular organizations, because Henry mentioned something to do with human rights and so on, but we treat this on a case-by-case basis, and it comes from analysis that is done most times in the back office. So sometimes you'll be given 2 years, sometimes you'll be given 3 years, sometimes you'll be given the 5 years that you have asked for, but it's all based on the kind of analysis. So it's not mandatory to get 5 years when you apply for 5 years. The section clearly says that the NGO Bureau may give up to 5 years. So may is really what alludes to the kind of discretion that we exercise. Then I'll move to a concern from Lira NGO Forum, and this was to do with harmonization regarding the simplified MEMATs. I'm personally not aware of any entity that has been blocked from registering just because they're using the simplified MEMATs, but also like Anthony noted, for NGOs, we do have some that have used the simplified methods, but also from our observation, many of them that adopt that table C are not aware of the kind of provisions that are in table C. They simply adopt and then they forget about the kind of obligations. So, but then again, that's not a hindrance for registration with us. And if there are any cases that you're aware of that have been blocked from registering because of the simplified methods, maybe I would request that you bring these particular cases to our attention, and then we'll review and see what exactly would be the problem. I don't think the problem is because they're using simplified methods. Maybe there could be something more than that. So I would request that you could give us a list, or just bring those organizations to our attention. Then we've also taken note that the need for automation. This has been a cry, and we are already in the process of automating our system so that we can have NGOs access our services from across the country, regardless of where you are, whether you're within or outside of the country. So we are in the process. We know the kind of difficulties or challenges that are faced by organizations in doing the back and forth, you know, come to the NGO Bureau today and then you have to come back tomorrow or, you know, next month, things like that. Yet sometimes it's information that you could simply have submitted online. So that we are already in the process of automating. And then Fred raised concern around lack of courtesy from our team. I would love to apologize if there have been incidents of that, but also advise that if something of this nature occurs, we normally have a front office supervisor. We have a supervisor that supervises that team that sits at the front office. So you can always request to engage the front office supervisor in the unfortunate event that you experience this. But we do apologize where that has happened. Then Mark had a request that we should receive a few documents and then allow organizations to keep coming back. This is very dangerous because the law is very clear on the requirements for registration. And I think we did have a phase where we would accept organizations to submit partial documents. But then we also noticed that organizations would delay to bring the rest of the requirements that were pending. So some of them would submit and then, I don't know, maybe get the feeling that the process has been kick-started of registering the organization, whereas not. So, and that is why we took on the approach of insisting that you submit a complete file with all your documents. So I don't think that will change anytime soon unless the law is also amended. Then for Albert Taremwa, who was asking whether there is a sustainable way of continuing these engagements. As the NGO Bureau, and together with Human Rights Center and other partners, we do have regional reflection meetings, and these occur quarterly. So we normally move to different parts of the country where we have these sessions and engagements with NGOs. So on our part, I think we're already doing that. And good enough, whenever we have these sessions, we also have other regulators on board. Like we mentioned, the Data Protection Office would normally be on board. We would normally have a representative, even from FIA as well, from URSB, and really from other regulators. So I guess for now, that would be one of the sustainable ways would look at it, of continuing the conversations that we're having today. And then Angela raised a concern on frequent changes in requirements for renewal. Yes, this we acknowledge. It is true that sometimes if you come back this year, you might find a different list, and then the following year, you might find a few additions. But this is mostly attributed to sometimes the changes in the laws. That if there are laws that would affect operations of the NGOs that have been enacted, as the NGO Bureau and as the main regulator, we are required to also take note of those changes. So if, for instance, the Data Protection and Privacy Act requires that you register maybe let's say, because I think by 2016 that law was not in place, and then 2019 when the law was enacted, it became a requirement. So by all means, for as long as we have changing legislation, I still guarantee that you'll continue to see certain changes. And also, we should know that the sector is quite dynamic, that you cannot have the same things applying to the sector all the time. So every once in a while, there will be a few changes here and there. And then Benson raised a concern about the information request form. Thank you, Benson, for this. We'll revisit the form. It's a form that we've been using for quite some time. We'll revisit and see the areas that are no longer applicable. So this we have taken note of. There's also another concern around the DNMCs that are not operational due to funding challenges. And yeah, we've always had government, even the sector itself, there's always been issues of funding. But what we've done as the NGO Bureau, we've continued to hold sessions with these district NGO monitoring committees where we do capacity building for them and try to empower them and equip them with the necessary knowledge. At the moment, we do not have any provision in our budget where we fund their activities. They also raise revenue at their levels. So I guess those that are operating, that is how they are able to hold the meetings. But then again, it's something that we can consider. I also wish to inform everyone that at the moment we are reviewing the NGO Act. So the process has already started, and very soon you will see us reach out to you to get opinions on areas or certain aspects that might be changed about the law. So we'll start conducting the consultations very soon, and I guess some of these areas will also be addressed as we review the law. Then there's a concern by Atweta on late submission of returns. I wish to clarify first of all that the fine is not for late submission of returns, but rather operating with an expired permit. And that emanates from section 32(6), which says that an organization that operates with an invalid permit is liable to pay 2 million shillings per month for each month that it expires, that it operates when the permit has expired. So that is a creature of statute. I'll borrow Anthony's words. It's a creature of statute. And like also Mr. Wandera noted, we are implementing FATF standards. And the sanctions that we have within these laws are meant to be dissuasive. So it should not be something that you should look at and say, oh, I will pay that. I will pay the fine. Let me opt to pay the fine and not to renew. So it's supposed to dissuade you from delaying to renew your permit. Then there was also, the same person mentioned that we should categorize NGOs and absolve them from providing certain requirements. I think that might not be something very easy. At the moment, the law does not provide for any categories. And when it comes to really annual returns are an essential requirement. It helps us to, the annual returns will help us to know the financial position or how money is being utilized. So I do not think that there will be an exception for certain organizations. However, the law also allows for, if for instance you have registered with us and for a certain period you did not receive funding, so you're not able to file annual returns for that period, you're still able to write to us and provide evidence. So we'll treat you on a case-by-case basis. If in that period you did not receive any funding, you notify us and then you will adduce the necessary evidence. I guess for now that is what we are able to do. Then Sauda raised the need to communicate to clients if documents are not ready. yes, we have taken note of that. We do issue receiving slips whenever an organization submits an application, and sometimes you'll have a date indicated there for when you should expect to get your, say, certificate or your permit. But in the process of analysis, every now and then, sometimes you find gaps within the applications, and that is why sometimes there is a delay in processing of the same applications. If the gaps have not been addressed, then sometimes the dates will not be met. But our communications team is here, and I believe they will do something to address that. I guess that is all.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Can I ask follow-ups? I think we can clap and then So when I apply for a 5-year permit, I pay for 5 years, and I'm given 2 years. Do I get a refund? That is, I think, very fundamental. The other one is, you know, the review of the policy and the NGO Act. I think we have asked privately, we've also asked publicly. As the NGO Forum and other partners, we have money for these consultations in the sector. And we've said, please, please involve us. But I think since last year we've been told, you know, we are reviewing the policy. And then we say, privately we ask, so Martha, now, can we go and consult? Like, yeah, we shall come back to you. Then publicly we've also asked and said, even tomorrow, if you tell us, let's go to Karamoja, we shall go and do the consultations. So perhaps the invitation for the sector is that do not review the policy and the act without us. Involve us in the kitchen. Let us have these dialogues, let us have these conversations. And I mean, we will really want to ask for commitment, because we've been told this has been happening since last year. And we have asked that we want to be involved. Please do involve us. And I don't know whether you can just commit and say tomorrow, let's talk, but Sente Diro, eh?
Okay, thank you, Chris. Now, regarding the refund, what we've been guiding organizations that are affected by that provision is, all you have to do is you keep your receipt, and the next time you come back for renewal, it is the same receipt that you will submit, because we'll definitely have the system showing that you paid for 5 years, but you were only given 2 years. So if you come back and you want a balance of 3 years, you're still able to use the same receipt. We have certain entities that have opted to go to URA. We have that category that then opt to go to URA to get the refund. I don't know how long that takes, but yeah, we normally write to support and say, yes, it's true, they paid for this period of time. However, this is what was issued. So we've not yet gotten feedback on how they've progressed using that arena, but internally, we do always advise that if you have a balance of 3 years, you opt to use the same receipt when you come back for the next renewal. And then for the NGO policy review process, yes, the process is underway, and consultations is just one of the aspects. There are so many steps involved in review of the policy, but at least I can confirm that we have finished step 1, and we are moving to step 2, which is actually the stakeholder consultation. So you will definitely be involved. We cannot do it behind closed doors. You'll definitely be involved. Thank you.
Okay. And I think there was one about asking for the same documents that you already have. So you're asking me to give you a copy of the permit which you issued. I don't know whether that came from Benson as well. Yeah, I mean, sometimes printing can be expensive, and we are saving paper, the environment, the trees that are dying, you know. So if you already have things, why are you asking for the same things?
I don't know if that alludes to when it comes to, for instance, work permit recommendations. We normally require that the entities or the organizations that are applying for work permits pay for certification, and that they also submit copies.
Thank you, Benson. All right, so we will go to URSB. While we were seated here, I received more questions, and then Moses told me, Moses is my boss, said, you have to ask this again. So NGO Forum is a membership organization registered in 1997. Who are the beneficial owners of the NGO Forum? Are they the members, the AGM? Is it the board of directors? By the way, we are even changing them this week. They will change. Next year, they will change, actually. The following year, they will keep changing. Or is it the ED and the staff? These ones, I mean, anytime any one of us can just leave, including Moses. So who are the beneficial owners of the NGO Forum? There was a question from Reproductive Health Uganda to clarify whether if you're registered under the Trustees Incorporation Act, do you still have to register or incorporate under the Companies Act? Because I think the NGO Bureau has been asking for a certificate of incorporation, yet this organization is registered as a trust incorporated under that. Then there was another question that came in. A commission agreement was signed, but no, I don't know what MI is. You know, I'm not a lawyer. No MI was provided. And now there's a need to register and agree an agreement for legal reasons. How can that be handled or registered without a photocopy of the national ID? So this is from Peace and Justice for Development. Now you have all the time to address all the issues, and also I think for some of them give assurances that as a bureau you will sit, find mechanisms of helping entities, especially for some of the comments that have come up. It might not be going specific to each organization, because some of the things broadly really seem, we just need to rectify them. So I'll just sit so that you don't feel the pressure to conclude soon.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Intale Mustafa. I am the Director of Business Registration at URSB. I work with Patricia and my colleague Ken, who earlier made presentations here, and I appreciate them for the presentations, but I also appreciate you for the feedback and the comments which you have given in this session. I've also received some compliments, which we also appreciate as URSB. Some of the questions were, some of the issues were repeated, so I'll address some of them generally. I'll also address some specifically. First of all, I would appreciate the NGO Bureau for engaging our office and also coordinating with the NGO Forum to have this session. Indeed, we have had a number of engagements one-on-one with a good number of NGOs, and indeed it's a good platform for us to clarify on a number of issues that have arisen in the process. It's also important to highlight that some of the issues which we are facing right now are the actual historical issues that we found existing, but we must move forward. We can't keep singing historical challenges. So we must find a solution to all the challenges that we have on the registry. And if I could give a background, even before I factor in beneficial ownership information, the registry has been around for some time. And you know, standards keep changing. In 1990, you may have walked to URSB, presented a few documents, were stamped on, and you have a certificate of incorporation. But now we are talking about a credible register, which we must manage as URSB. So I must ensure that the company which incorporated in 1990 has the proper documentation that is required for it to operate. We also know that historically the compliance levels were really minimal. I know before we struck off companies, someone came to me and he had a company which which has never filed the returns for 40 years, and he was negotiating on how to pay to a payment schedule. I was about to make 40 years. At that time, I reminded him that just imagine, ever since I was born, your company has never interacted with the registry. But it is operating, and it is owning property, it is operating bank accounts. But for 40 years, it is just somewhere. So, putting right, really these things which have been happening for the last 30 years, it may not be a smooth journey, but at the same time, we can't keep singing that history. So we deal with those companies on a case-by-case basis, and what I can assure this meeting, we have solutions to all of the problems. And for the ones who have been here, we are not going to leave until all your problems have been solved. I moved with Patricia and Ken. They have laptops and they have access to the system. The things of annual return is not active, I know Ken can click somewhere and immediately the problem is resolved. But from the questions which have arisen from the discussion, there is a prominent one which you have raised here, I think by two people. That is Anthony and Rebecca. But also I've interacted with so many companies limited by guarantee, which have members that they can they can't locate. That's scenario number one. They say so and so is a member, but we lost contact. They also have another category of companies, some of whose members are dead, and they need to update the system. Of course, we're talking about the company, and the company is made up of people. So you have something purportedly called a company, where the supposed members are actually not there. So the question is whether actually that is still even a company. I know under the current regulations, if such a situation happens, that company must be closed if all the members of a company limited by guarantee are dead, because there's no company to talk about. Because a company is constituted by myself and you coming together, and we incorporate something called a company. So if we die and there are no mechanisms which you have put in place to have new members on the record, that company must be closed. But I know that is under the current regulations, which are fairly recent. So what are the options? I think that's the most important part we need to focus on. We may forget what happened so many years ago. Most companies in their articles of association, where a person dies, he ceases to be a member, and I mean, whether it is written or unwritten, it is a given, because a deceased person cannot be a member of a company. Also, companies give either the General Assembly, or that's the subscribers, or the directors the power to seize or admit members. If we were 6 people in the company, and 2 have died, the 4 surviving members, depending on who has powers, whether shareholders or directors, they should sit, formally seize the ones who are dead, and if they so wish, now they admit the new members, if they want to admit those persons as members. Of course, the dilemma comes when the ones who call themselves as current members are actually not members. You get my point? Someone says, I'm a director, I'm a member of this organization, but as far as we are concerned in the registry, they have never filed a single document on our file as members, in which case they don't have a power to sit and make decisions seizing or admitting other persons into their company. Now, that's a fairly complex one, and I'll give a solution at the next stage. In cases where the members are just nowhere to be seen, and you think you should seize them as members, that's a fairly complex one. It will depend on your articles. You see, when people come to our office, we have a section which is in charge of dispute resolution. We have quasi-judicial powers. Most disputes in respect of companies limited by guarantee relate to how people were removed from the company and illegally. So when you are updating today, you come to me and say, this person, I've looked for him for the last 2 years. We don't know where to find him. And you had the council suggesting that you should depone affidavits, that you can depone affidavits, and probably the Register of Companies acts on those affidavits. Today it sounds okay. Tomorrow when it is a dispute, it totally sounds different. That I acted on an affidavit of one of the members to say that we can locate so and so, and therefore they should cease to be members. Of course, it has no legal basis, but also I know, because we also handle disputes, I cannot entertain such, because I will be solving a problem today and also creating a problem for tomorrow, which is really very poor of solving problems. But also, again, in most articles, you have provisions on how, for example, a person whom you can't find, you can get rid of him. You advertise in the papers, call for a meeting. I've seen so many articles where they say that if you miss 3 consecutive meetings, then you can be fired. Have that process formally done. If someone has been absent for 20 years, call for a meeting. Number 1, number 2, number 3 is not there. Then give evidence that this person has been summoned, but he hasn't attended, and you have relied on your articles to have him out of the company. Tomorrow, when it is a dispute, we'll point at your articles and the process which was followed. I also know there are powers. The company has an option to go to court for orders relating to rectification of the register. And this is particularly recommended where all the members are nowhere to be seen, like the scenario I've mentioned. You are calling yourself a member, you are calling yourself a director, but actually you are not. And therefore you have no powers to sign a document which will either seize or admit new persons onto the register. In that case, and I will confess here that the Register of Companies has no powers to go on your register and delete a person and enter a new person on that register. We don't have those powers. But I know the court has those powers. You apply to court, you tell the court all the original founders are dead, but we are now the de facto members. And then the court will make an order that you be entered onto the register. There's a section in the Companies Act which talks about rectification of the register. When we get to that court order, then that will be the first page. You start from there and you progress. From practical point of view, like my sister, Sarah, your account is blocked, for example. But also we are telling you that for you to rectify that register, you need the court order. Because, I mean, that's what it is. So what can we offer as an office in the interim? Because the organization must run. Someone proposed that as we run the electronic systems, we should also concurrently run manual systems to offer practical solutions. And indeed, we are doing that. Sarah, what we do in that case, because the beneficial owner does not necessarily have to depend on the registered documents, as I'll explain later. I can be a beneficial owner in your company when I'm not a subscriber. You get my point? I can also be a beneficial owner even when I'm not a director. And because we're filing that beneficial ownership form, and we cannot migrate you today on the system, we'll allow you to generate the beneficial ownership form, and we'll register it, use our back office to put it onto our system, and then you take it to the bank for you to access your bank account and transact normally. But for migration onto the online platform, we can only migrate if you are migrating with accurate data. And until we have it, we cannot migrate that file. But as you are pursuing the court remedies, calling meetings to have other members excluded from the company, we can offer an interim solution and register your form manually, and you transact. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is that relates to the issue of membership, and we take it seriously because we are not only solving the problem of today, we know it can raise more serious issues in the future. The issues of name reservation, again, which I would also wish to comment on quite generally. I think we should start by appreciating how the process should work, even before I go into the technicalities of which name is acceptable, which is not acceptable. One of, I think, Henry, I think it was from you, Henry, you made a confession that how NGOs actually start working in Uganda is that by you first come together, actually start working, and then later you think of formalization. And now you want the registry to conform to what you already established. I've also met cases where people have, someone says, I have established a school, even orders for uniforms from China, properly branded. A person comes and said, but my consignment has just reached Maraba with this particular name. So, with due respect, of course, I think that's the wrong model. For you to get a name, you even brand, and now you anticipate that the register of companies has to conform to exactly what you have designed. The names register, as the register of companies has a duty to ensure that the names on the register are not confusingly similar to the existing names. And that power is with the register of companies. What we have done is to provide an interface when you go on our website and you do a name check. Before you apply to URSB for a name, you have an option of putting in the names, for example, you're interested in reserving. The system will return some names which are similar. And you'll have an idea of no-go areas. For example, if you put in MTN to declare, they'll tell you there's MTN. If you put in any name, it will give you names which are closed, and you avoid those names. But also, that is an auto-generated list. As a register of companies, now we manage the back office and we do conclusive checks. So even if you have checked and you think the name should pass, that name is not available to you until you have applied and the registrar has checked the entire database and confirmed that this name is available. So ladies and gentlemen, my appeal is that let us not start by branding and now want to register. It should be you first register and then you can proceed with your branding. I know the amendment of the 2016 amendment to the NGO Act, I think really complicated your life as NGOs because traditionally you are not required to incorporate with the register of companies. I think you just go to NGO Bureau, you come up with a name which was on the NGO register. And now, when the act was amended, you are required to incorporate. So a person comes with a certificate from the NGO Bureau and wants exactly that particular name. But also you find that on the register, someone registered a company with that particular name. We also handled a dispute where a member of an NGO came to the URSB and registered the company with the exact name. But of course, they had their misunderstandings within the NGO. So when the NGO wanted to renew its permit with the NGO, they were required to register with URSB. When they came to URSB, say, but there is exactly a similar name. So we can never have similar names, two similar names, and the reasons are obvious. I mean, you don't want to confuse people. And I know even the moment you say a name which is similar to what you are using, you'll just complain to URSB. So I would encourage and request that instead of first implementing and then you come to reserve a name, you should start with a name and then you can progress. By doing that, I think you'll be fairly flexible. When you, for example, suggest on something, you'll be flexible. But when you have already fixed your mind on something, anything I say, you say this man is just complicating my life for no reason. You raised something to do with election observers. Actually, I think somehow it came to my attention African election observers, I think. What I need to emphasize here is that as URSB, we are not operating in isolation. And when you are looking at these laws, we should look at them collectively. For example, someone comes to register a financial institution. I would expect that he has clearance from Bank of Uganda. You get my point? Because the law puts a power to Bank of Uganda to regulate financial institutions. There's some level of clearance we need from there. So there is an office called the Electoral Commission, which is constitutionally established. And it is in charge of regulating elections, campaigns, so many things, which are entirely outside the mandate of URSB. So URSB will not refuse to register. And if I recall in that particular case, I think we asked them to, I think URSB even wrote to Electoral Commission. It is just really a question of interagency cooperation. I shouldn't be seen to exercise a mandate which is not mine. So where there is Electoral Commission, URSB will not refuse to register, but will ask Electoral Commission as a regulator of that particular sector. If you come and you want to register a bank today, I would say, no, financial institutions, Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda has to first look at this. So Insurance Regulatory Authority, same story if you're registering an insurance company. So there's that kind of interagency cooperation in execution of our respective mandates. You don't want to be seen to be regulating elections when you are entirely a registration bureau. There's someone specifically established for that purpose. And I'm not so sure, I didn't follow up, unfortunately. I don't know whether the letter subsequently came, but the person who was following it up, I think, told me that she got a response from Electoral Commission and said, we have no objection whatsoever. So it's not an attempt to curtail your operations, but it's also an attempt on our side to operate within our respective mandates, not to cross boundaries. So for specific names, I'm unable to answer why name Success Arc, for example, was rejected. Normally when we are rejecting, we even give you the names which are similar. So your name is being rejected because it is similar to this particular name. Patricia is our lead expert on name reservation. I'll ask her at one point to share, to give probably more details on those names. But bottom line is that the team usually will give you, when you propose a name, I'll tell you Success Arc will not be registered because I have the following similar names. As to whether they're actually similar or not, at times we, even amongst ourselves, we can have a debate and say, no, but in my opinion, this is different. So those cases can be there. So if you think that indeed they are not similar, I will tell you my reasons why I think they are similar. But if you also tell me why you think they are not similar and you are right, definitely would approve really. So it's not really that when we say not similar, this is similar, not registered, but that's the end of the matter. You can engage my colleagues and we look at it. But also in some cases, when we explain to you, also appreciate. And I normally ask people to put themselves in the shoes of the person who's already on the register. If you are the owner of this NGO and you hear someone with an NGO of a similar name, would you complain to URSB? If you complain, please get another name. And in some cases, some of you have admitted. Simplified memats are optional. The question on simplified memats, they are really optional. And you still have the liberty to have your good English in that constitution, as URSB will have no objection. But also for people who did not want to waste time typing we give them that option. But also my research indicates that that detail and that table, the difference is usually minimal. But the right it's entirely within your right. Whatever you choose, council will definitely prefer the other version for reasons which I know best. I'm also a lawyer, so when we decline to register a name, and we tell you this name is similar, someone was asking about a refund. We don't confiscate your money. This is, you still use that same money. Yes, because it's really you can see it, you just follow unless if, when we say this name is similar, you choose to abandon that application and you start afresh. Now that is your decision. But on our side, when we say this name is similar, the application comes back to you, propose other names on the same money until we give you a service. Even if we do 1,000 times, we'll never say pay again, you have over disturbed us. So you pay for a name reservation until it is reserved. We can never take your money. So the issue of unrefunded money in respect of name reservation, I don't think that is correct. Returns not due, Ken is going to sort that out immediately. Fred, I think someone said, I think it was Angela, if I'm not mistaken, that when you do, when you are doing that update yourself, it takes longer. When you engage someone, it is faster. I think the moderator helped me to answer that. It is because you didn't get it right. And the person who has applied has got it right. Some people think that it is because that person, as URSB, will have a relationship and there is a way they manage us. For your information, that system electronically and automatically allocates applications. Even me right now, if I click, if you submit an application, I cannot tell which staff is going to handle it. The system will just identify any staff who has logged in and has no pending application, and then it allocates him that work. First come, first serve basis. So there's nothing like, it seems they know council, and the council can talk to them better. Because the only reason why the application moves is because he has got it right, he has done it right, and for you didn't do it right. I can see time is running, and my brother is back on the podium. The message is very clear. I'll just answer only one question on who a beneficial owner is. I think that's the question of utmost interest to you. Yes. You see, a beneficial owner is defined under the Companies Act and the regulations to mean, and I will mention critical components, a natural person. If I were presenting, I would even underline that. A natural person who ultimately owns or controls a company. Those are the three critical. Natural person, ultimately owning. If he's not owning, he's controlling. So from that definition, I think you have an opportunity from the NGO Forum, from the explanation you have given, which has corporate subscribers. Those are subscribers. It is okay, you can be a corporate subscriber, but you cannot be a corporate beneficial owner because you must be a natural person as per the definition. And most NGOs, they will tell you, and I think that's a principle, they are not making profit. So the concept of ownership does not apply. But I emphasize the word all controls. So it would be a natural person who ultimately controls the NGO Forum. Now, I'll be unable to explain whether under your constitution it is the General Assembly or it is the director, but you can also have those in your articles as the General Assembly, as the supreme organ. But there can also be someone who is nobody in the company, but extremely powerful. That one is a beneficial owner. I don't know whether you've got my point very well. You can be a shareholder in the company. You can be a director in the company. You are signing checks. But there is someone who doesn't feature on any company document, either as a member of a General Assembly or as a director, but that person behind the scenes is taking all decisions. You don't see him signing anywhere. Says, remove this one as a director, tomorrow you see it, you remove him. Pay 20 million to so and so, you immediately pay. That person is ultimately controlling the company, and that person can be captured on the beneficial ownership form as a beneficial owner. Yeah. And if you look at the whole concept of beneficial ownership, as URSB, we had all of this information. The directors, the shareholders, traditionally have been collecting that information. Yeah. So the only reason why we are picking additional information as beneficial ownership information, it is because there are those persons whom we can't see on file, but they are very active. So please declare them as beneficial owners.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And
maybe
yeah, go ahead.
Just to add on what
can I trigger your response?
On what Mustafa has just said.
Yeah.
Just the last one. Now, that information you may refuse to declare it, but now for us, we are seeing the movement of funds, and definitely, if not declared, those funds will be frozen in terms of suspicion, because this person, the flow of funds are in that direction from certain companies. They are not declared, they have no relationship with that company, but again now you begin to struggle to explain something which could have been cured at that level.
I actually wanted to ask you, because we have a lot of those companies in this country. They are getting so many contracts in places where you wonder whether they have godfathers or godmothers. And I think there's a time when Mbara and Stephen Okello was trying to explain this, because we didn't have URSB in the room, and said that that's like the main target. And we need to be able to deal with that. Yeah. So there are quite a number of people getting money from Parliament, but okay. So why are you laughing? Don't cause problems. I don't like drones. We are coming to the close of this conversation, and I wanted to give 1 minute each so that maybe we conclude. But then I think FIA started the conversation, especially, you could conclude by even talking about this money laundering, the biggest money launderers. When do we know, when do we get to know that actually FIA is doing the job? Is it when NGO Forum's accounts are closed, or when something? So is there something you can tell us about beyond, the work you're doing on NGOs, what you're doing behind the scenes, the investigations you're conducting in some of those cases?
Moderator, thank you. Actually, we deal with a range of what we call accountable persons, as listed in the schedule. You happen to be part of them, and the discussion this afternoon is focused on basically the NGOs and what we can do better, such that we leverage on our mandate as NGOs to serve the communities whom we serve, and to avoid risks which may face our operations by criminal elements targeting the weaknesses or gaps. Because sometimes when you are busy looking for funders, you may not have a mechanism to screen these funders, because there are those who are already designated by UN. There are others designated by some entities, and others who are known criminals. But because you are hungry for support, you may not have this information within yourselves. So basically, it cuts across other sectors, like the financial institutions. We have what we call the correspondent banking relations, which banks have. So, and there are requirements for KYC. So there is a whole range of things which we do with the different sectors, depending on the requirement to comply with AML safety. This is global, and we cannot avoid, and it has an impact on our operations. And that's why we need to make you aware as reporting entities on what we can support you
and what you need yourselves to do to avoid being a victim of the criminal networks. Basically, that is the issue. And once you follow through the requirements, we have the national law, the Anti-Money Laundering Act, we have the regulations, but because in Uganda we have what we call all crimes approach, all the crimes which generate proceeds, most of them have specific legislations governing them. So we have attached all of them to be laws which are applicable for money laundering and financing of terrorism if that kind of activity falls within. So we have all crimes approach, and therefore we just share this information, and we are all out there to support yourselves to make sure that as a country we comply.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Stella, please go ahead.
I just want to thank the NGO Bureau and the NGO Forum for this engagement. For us, the feedback is very critical because regulators do not regulate for themselves. So the opportunity to have feedback is very important. As PDPO, we are highly digitized. There's a lot of information you can find on our web portal, which is pdpo.go.ug. Through there, you can also access our YouTube channel. It has a lot of information. Since we were set up on a monthly basis, religiously, we bring experts to train on various aspects of data protection and the expectations from the various organizations. So we encourage you to familiarize yourselves with those forums. And then, of course, we are available to provide whatever support you need. We do a lot of training for organizations within the organizations. All you have to do is to let us know. We agree a date, and we'll be there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Benson, you had a rejoinder. 30 seconds.
Is that politically, very influential, politically exposed persons are now establishing foundations, they are entering the sector. What has been the response of FIF, for example, in that aspect? Okay. They are joining civil society, they are in my region now everybody is registering, and yet I read somewhere the PEPs are actually one of those high-risk areas.
Which region is this?
My sub-region, Teso.
Who are the politically exposed persons?
We now have Anita Foundation, we have WHO Foundation, and they are all established.
Thank you. Yes, Samuel, you guys.
Moderator, I think the issue which we are discussing now is that the PEPs are politically exposed persons, and in terms of the standard, they are referred as high risk. It does not mean that they are not supposed to be engaged in activities, but they must be known that they are in this field, and what the standard requires that you do what we call enhanced due diligence. Yeah. So, and then there are people who are low risk, we do what we call simplified due diligence. Yeah. So if a person is identified as a PEP, just like you are saying, then if you are dealing with them like, let me say, the NGO Bureau, then there are specific information which the law requires such a person to file with the Bureau to ensure that there is transparency of the activities which they are going to be doing. Okay. But the law does not bar somebody as a PEP to enter any sector to support the activities within that sector.
Thank you. And then on to Martha. Martha, there's a comment which would like you to conclude with the, the discretionary power. So someone wrote to me and said, this should be exercised judiciously. And in the event that the Bureau decides, using its, I think it's the executive director, its discretionary power to issue a 2-year permit instead of a 5-year permit, they should accompany that with a reason, so that we know that this is a rational decision, it's not an arbitrary decision. And I think the person who wrote put a lot of detail and said, many times they are told, just take this, come back, But yeah, so that's the comment you can comment on. And then perhaps also, if you could give, and I know you have a big team here, you could just point to who we can go to when we are aggrieved. I know there's an appellant body, but when someone at the front desk doesn't like me and says, please go back, who do I call? So you can just point to us so that we go at the break and get their telephone numbers.
Thank you so much, Chris. I guess I can also give my parting shot, right? Yeah, I wish to thank the National NGO Forum once again for organizing this event. And I also wish to reiterate that as the NGO Bureau, we are committed to assisting organizations and creating an enabling environment. We might have a few challenges here and there, but it does not take away the fact that we are still committed to offering assistance. And whenever called upon, we will continue to participate in engagements like these. So back to you, Chris, on that, the issue of discretionary powers. Yes, it's true that discretionary powers must be exercised judiciously. And I guess we'll look into the ways we can try to address this issue in the event that you have applied for 5 years, but been only given 3 years or 2 years or 1 year or 4. We'll see internally on how to have this communicated to the affected organizations. I guess I'll also bring it up with the other people that are involved in the process and also my supervisors. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. URSB, there are so many things for you to address. Perhaps the assurance we got is that your staff are here, they have laptops. So right now we are going to instruct our
Chris,
lawyers.
You had also asked me to maybe point you to a particular person.
There's actually contacts which were put on the screen. You've taken them off. Please put them back. Yeah.
We have our senior HR and admin officer who is also present in this room, Mariam Yusuf. She's just at the back for those of you that came in late. Maybe Mariam, you could stand. Yes, she's responsible for supervising our front office. She'll also avail her contacts. You can always reach out to her. Sorry?
Yeah, the contact's actually right already there, so we're good.
Okay, thank you.
And the PRO, please also, I think, Jamina, please stand. This one is for
Yes.
the nice words, eh? So they clean up the image when things are wrong. So she will assure you will get a permit in 1 day and you... Okay. And I mean, me, I've been told tomorrow you'll have it. All right. So URSB was actually saying that he gave us assurances, the staff are here, they have laptops. So we actually, Moses sent an instruction to our lawyer, please go and conclude this. So I imagine we can take advantage of that during the break, but let's hear from you as well, your parting shot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Having spoken last, I do not think I generated issues for further discussion, but maybe to thank you once again for inviting us for this session, and also commit further that we'll do our best to improve our processes. What I didn't emphasize is that our system is new, and as such, like any new system which has been deployed, there are so many things which we are still working on. Please bear with us, and we are just confident that we should be able to get there in the shortest time possible. In the meantime, don't hesitate to contact our office for interim solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So we have come to the end of this conversation, and I will invite Dr. Moses Isowa. Just before he comes, I want to lead a clapping session. So we will definitely thank URSB. really, really seriously for indulging us with all the complaints we've shared. So I would like to invite you to clap for URSB. Don't get tired. Let's also clap for FIA, the Financial Intelligence Authority. It's somewhere. The Data Protection Office. And a bigger clap for the National Bureau for NGOs. You know why we have to clap bigger. We will need 5-year permits very soon. And then we need to thank you for really honoring our invitation. Thank you so much for those who traveled kilometers to be here. So I'd like to invite you to clap for yourselves, I think. This meeting is supported financially by the Royal Danish Embassy, so we'd like to thank them for the generous support they have provided us. And the team at the NGO Forum that has worked tirelessly to put this together. I mentioned that we received 256 expressions of interest from 256 NGOs. And we only selected a few, and others are participating online, so we'd like to thank those that have participated online, but also thank the team that has put this together. So I'd like to invite you to give them a round of applause. And now I'd like to invite the Executive Director of the NGO Forum, since he opened, to officially close this meeting and tell us what next. So you clap for me, eh?
Thank you so much, Chris, for a job well done. Let me start with one correction. This meeting is supported by the Royal Dutch Embassy. They kind of like sound similar, Royal Danish and Royal Dutch, but just to make sure that the Dutch people that supported this do not think that we are giving credit wrongly. The meeting is supported by the Royal Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, which is the Royal Dutch Embassy. But so once again, thank you so, so much. And let me start by admitting that I am not a lawyer, and none is any of my close relatives. So it was really humbling, first of all, to see the legal scholarship, because the team here basically, let me even cross-check, Mr. Wandela, are you a lawyer? No, okay. So it's only me and Wandela who are not lawyers. The panel here is a panel of lawyers, and so it was really humbling to see the legal scholarship that is being exhibited here. But as I close, perhaps a couple of things that I want to bring to your attention. I think listening through the whole conversation in the morning is that it is clear that the laws have clawback clauses. And I think what the sector is calling upon the URSB, the PDO, the NGO Bureau is to try and see how we can put a human face in terms of addressing these clawback clauses. And when, for instance, we talk about the corporate subscriber and the corporate owner, again, I think this is something that we as the sector need to be able to understand. For instance, and I mean, referring to the NGO Forum, we have the ownership or the directors are not in their individual capacity. For instance, we have one of our directors who is seated over right there. He signs in what is captured in the system is the name of Mr. Paul Mulindwa. But indeed, it is not Paul Mulindwa who is the director of the Uganda National NGO Forum. It is the organization that he represents. And such a possible that Paul Mulindwa would actually leave and there would be some Musoke Kapele, and then is simply repressed by Mr. Kapele Musoke. So I think what we are requesting is that there is need to understand that these NGOs, in terms of their directors, because you define who the beneficial person is or the beneficial owner is, that I think there's just a need to appreciate and understand that in this particular case, it's not the person, the natural person of Paul Mulindwa, but the organization behind him, because he represents the organization. And then, like legal counsel Anthony Masoka did mention, that we do have a challenge. The challenge is that for the case of the Uganda National NGO Forum and a couple of other organizations, the real owners at the annual general meeting. Like we're going to be having our annual general meeting on Thursday, those are the real owners. And when we are making returns to the NGO Bureau, we actually present the people that attend. Actually, the NGO Bureau requires us to present to them the list of participants of the members who are at the annual general meeting. And that's what we do present. Now, because the annual general meeting cannot meet every time, they delegate that responsibility to the board. Now, the board, it is a board that is of organizations. So we, in the case of Uganda National NGO Forum, we have about 10 organizations. Now, also, you cannot have, say, Kitara Civil Society coming. So Kitara Civil Society then appoints either the chief executive or one of the board members to be the one who are sitting there. So it's a bit of that, complication which we do not see the e-system responding to. And that's where we really get the challenge. And that's, we hope that we can have these conversations and can actually be able to help. And we really want to thank the NGO Bureau for the commitment that where the NGO Act review, the policy that this cannot be done without us. We look forward. We've been waiting for this. We were told the NGO policy was under review, and we waited for that. And we thought that the input then would actually would transist to the review of the NGO Act. But from what I've heard from from Master, he says now we're at the level of the NGO Act. So I don't know whether the train has left us in terms of the NGO policy review, but we really take seriously the commitment that you do provide to us. And again, to the URSB, thank you for making the clarification. It's around names. I mean, much as we talk about the Bureau in terms of exercising the discretion that you do exercise the discretion judiciously, also when it comes to your URSB, I do not know what the barometer that you are going to use to be able to determine what is confusingly similar or not similar. We take seriously the advice that we should not do the branding before the registration. We need to do that. First, we need to do the register, and then we can do the branding. The only challenge from the sector is that the law came when organizations were already existing. Organizations like Uganda National NGO Forum are older than the law. And so you find that, again, that's where the challenge is, that organizations existed and they were actually branding, they were doing their work. And so now when they come, again, that's the sensitivity that would require from you. Of course, what we heard and from the members is the words that seem to be continually rejected when they appear in the name, whether it's because they become confusingly similar or not. Again, that's something that maybe wants to be addressed. We've had several, and as Uganda National NGO Forum, we are the forest which everybody runs when the devil chases them. And the devil does chase them quite often. So when they get rejected, they come to us. And we ask them why. They said our name had the word governance. Our name had the word campaign. Our name had the word forum. And I think, we oftentimes we are at loss of words, and we just would be able, if we'd be able to get some help. We know there are words that are increasingly, as part of the lexicon in this country, that are becoming not good words to use. I mean, I don't know if one would register an organization with the word change, because it could, whether one would register an organization with the word new or New Uganda. So I know we can understand perhaps the political sensitivity behind that, but I think as a statutory body, it's incumbent upon you as you interface with the sector to be able to make explanation of how we can proceed. We cannot thank FIA now for the good news that at last there is the process to delist the NGOs from being accountable person has been started. If there is anything that we can do to support this process to be expedited, we would really, really be very happy that we need this process to be started as soon as, as soon as yesterday. And for the PDPO, the annual registration, of, while it's 100,000, the well that we can pay, it's definitely a very tedious process to be doing this on an annual basis. Is there a way that we can actually be able to do this at a fairly long term? So thank you so much for our regulators for making the time to be with us. I would like to end by giving you, our regulators, our unequivocal commitment that as a sector, we have no problem with compliance. We would like to be compliant. Actually, if today, not today, I hope this is not wrongly said, that if I became the head of state, I would like to regulate the sector. Or if I became the executive director of the NGO Bureau, I would like to regulate the sector. I mean, businesses are regulated, the sector is dynamic, it's diverse, and therefore should be regulated. And we have no problem. I think what we do have a problem and a challenge with continually is when it is more of control and when the law is generally weaponized against the sector. So our prayer is that let compliance be done by us as the sector, and to the regulators, let the law not be weaponized, let us be regulated, and let us be enabled to do our work. It's definitely humbling to see that behind the regulators are really human beings like yourselves with warm bodies, because sometimes when we hear the URSB, we hear the NGO Bureau, you just develop a migraine headache because you are going. But of course, when we see that they are human beings like you, with warm bodies like ourselves, it definitely warms us up. And we are Ugandans, we are citizens who are wanting to be law-abiding and want to do what is right. We just pray that you can support us to be able to do our work well. And where we have erred, please enable us to make rectification of these mistakes. So once again, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the people present in the room. And those online, we want to thank you. We know that this was a meeting that perhaps we could have taken to Nambole, but we just, we brought it here because of the number of people that are interested in interfacing with you as the regulators. But in our role as the Uganda National NGO Forum, being a platform, being a convener, and being the interlocutor between the sector and the government, this is something that we would want to do. And if funds allow, this is a conversation that we would like to do as regularly. And so if we reach out to you as regulators and we invite you, we have no doubt that your time is very much constrained, but our prayer is that you afford us the time to interact and hear these voices, hear the challenges that the sector leaders are going through. And with this, you can actually then be able to go and rectify this. I know that after this meeting, the worker ethos at the front office, at the Bureau, will change. We know that after this meeting, the way the support at the URSB, especially at the back end, will also be enhanced. We know that after this meeting, there will not, at the Finance Intelligence Authority, there will not be too much enhanced surveillance on the sector. That will be surveillance that we can actually be able to know that, yes, we're working with the sector. And for the PDO, we definitely would want to be able to ensure that all the data is well managed. And as the sector, we're doing the best we can do. So thank you again for making the time. It's past 1 o'clock and it's time for lunch. We would like to invite everybody for lunch. I know that your schedules are grossly crowded. The Uganda National NGO Forum, we do not have a refrigerator to keep the food, which has been paid for. So we would like to beseech and appeal for your indulgence that you stay behind and take the lunch before you leave. So thank you so much for making the time, and that's all for me. God bless.